Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing today? Oh, Proof Rock Proof Rock, thank you so much for becoming a Cornish on Indeed. I appreciate the membership, man. Good morning, everybody. Do a community poll. Uh, some for Stick Boy. Let's go. We've got no volume this morning. It's pretty fantastic. Sitting at like 4,000, what, 5,000 pre-market volume. If you guys can drop a like, it's a huge help early in the morning. Sim for Stick Boy, thank you so much for the donation. Yeah, I'm feeling great. Spurt doing a thing again this morning. I'm aware. Good morning. How Moon? Oh, well, the price goes up, and then that takes us there, essentially. That's the thesis. Wait for the rest of that to clear. Talk UWMC, please. But it looks like trash this morning. William Graham. Like it usually does. Dividends coming up soon. How long have you been a day trader as your primary source of income? Almost 3 years now. Could Mo Money's dog be Rick? No, not possible. Dogs don't like to wear unitards. It wouldn't work. The real question, what, man? There's quite a few of them. I like Titan or Enceladus. Caught the old Brona. So if Moass would happen before I potentially die. Well, don't do that early, man. And also, guys, remember to wear a mask, preferably an N95 one, if you can get your hands on it. Did you see Crayons' new meme? No. Coors is hiding Moass in his prison pocket. I read the DD. What industry were you in before switching to day trading? I was a VP of logistics and order fulfillment. So I worked in like under the like, COO, kind of directly under him. Why is everyone getting the Rona? Guys, what was the first thing that I taught all of you? Don't go outside. Don't talk to people. You can't spend your fucking tendies if you're dead. Because about hedging from MM, do they take into account in the money calls and puts, or out of the money also affect this process? Both affect it. 4K puts at 150, 2K calls at 170 would matter. It's not that much, but yeah, it matters. What are the numbers from? Is this a different stock? Or is it on GME? And what date? Delta is evolved to generate more virus and an infected person who travel at further distances than Alpha. Huh. I'm vaccinated, I'm pretty sure. How the fuck would you not know? Thanks, Ryan. Glad to have you back, man. Evening, pseudonym. I'll give my wife's boyfriend an allowance, but I'm not about to die and leave it all to him. Damn straight, fuck that guy. I think you should quarantine me into the Pigeon Whale Club. Quarantine yourself. No, I mean, I'm pretty sure you probably have a cold or something. That was like when I had the fever. Everyone thought I had Rona, and I didn't. There are other diseases out there that you can catch, viruses that display similar symptoms, just not to the same degree. Thanks for the DD yesterday. My wife saw what I was reading, and now she doesn't believe anything I've been talking about. Awesome, dude. That was the point. Will you beta test my new game? Sure, DM me. It wasn't gout. I don't have fucking gout. All right, Chalky Seki. I don't even know how one gets that. I think you have to eat like a shitload of meat. I'll do that. Seeing all these computer share posts, would love to get your thoughts on this. FUD or no FUD? I mean, the idea behind it isn't necessarily FUD, but the way it could affect your ability to move out of your position, I think makes it not worth it. And then also, like, not everyone is gonna like. I'm sure as shit not doing it, right? So like, a lot of people aren't gonna do it, which means that the count's gonna be off. So yeah, just I mean, it's not. It just seems to be like another thing that Supersonic misunderstands as like a whole, um, and they're really excited about it. It's like the Dans kind of, but not. Wow, what a terrific channel I've just discovered right now. Has anyone linked my latest DD on LinkedIn? I don't know. I'm sure they will. It's only a matter of time. Thanks, Justin. Glad you guys liked it. Need to lighten up the weekend, man. Everyone was getting fucking cranky over the computer share shit and whatever else is going on. It was a cranky sentiment. I had to get people hyped for today. Now they are. I did my job. Is gout a buildup over a long time? I don't know. I've never known anybody with gout. I've only read about it in like historical figures. So I don't eat that many rich, fatty foods. Most of my diet consists of like sugar-free protein bars, fiber protein bars. Could a clearinghouse, e.g. Pershing, be used by ComSec, my Australian broker, go insolvent due to during Moass thanks to the streaming? It's really unlikely that the clearinghouse will go down, but if it does, I'm sure that they have a backup routing method in case of like server failures and stuff. Like there's probably another clearinghouse that they have a contract with. Like most brokerages have more than one available clearinghouse. It's not just the one, right? Because if it was, then, you know, if there were technical issues or anything, you know, they wouldn't have a secondary plan B Watts. Thank you so much for the donation, man. I appreciate that. Let me know if there's anything else that you want to know about that. But yeah, usually they have a backup. At least one, if not multiple. Drinking alcohol and dehydration can give you gout. Well, I don't drink alcohol very often. Like twice a year, maybe. And then I stay pretty fucking well hydrated. Dave Lauer's Luscious Locks. Trim Bath started that. I like Dr. Tabby Cat, but she can give it a wily. She's got a bit of that like Berkeley approach to finance, you know? And some of you will get that joke. And those are the only people I care that understand. Well, thank you, Daniel Rock. Watch Disenchantment? No. No, no, no. I saw the first season of that show. I'll never watch it. Spurt running away from its all-time high quickly. Yeah, man. There was real DD in there too. I hope you guys got to that part. I felt like I should have posted them separately, but then I was like, I don't want to make two posts. I don't ignore your messages. Yeah, gout sounds like fun. What kind of mentor are you? Thanks, Scotty John. Has Andrew Mo Money seen your latest TA? That's my dream, is that Mo Money starts up his stream today and people are like, hey man, can you check this DD out? I'm wondering what your thoughts on it are. And it's my DD about who is our Rick of Spades. Or you Rick of Spades. Military contracts go bear. The military industrial complex goes bear. Not necessarily contracts, right? We can make money just like selling weapons to people. We'll see. There's a good chance that we have a few like sideways days this week before we see any price action. No, Mike definitely shouldn't be a bit low today. It should be like spot on. Let me make sure. Because the last time I updated Windows again, the last time I updated it, there were issues. So I'm going to make sure that those don't repeat themselves. That's not a microphone that I use. Ah, there it is. Where's the stuff? Huh. Here we go. Nope. There. That should be better. It did reset itself. Gonna tell nobody about the DT. I'll be back. Don't tell him it's about him. I just want him to start reading it on stream. He'd just read it out in a monotone voice. I wonder if he'd even notice. Got to watch the VOD of the hot tub stream yesterday morning. Great one as always. Kind of makes me feel bad for the pores a little. They don't get that juicy billionaire knowledge. I mean, I do unlock them. They just don't get it the same week. Thanks, Daniel Taylor. You know, you never bitch about my microphone. And I appreciate that. Mike's fine, but enunciate better? How dare you? Any tips for remaining anonymous after Moass? I don't want anyone to know about my attendees besides the IRS. Yeah. Get a new identity. They're not that expensive. You get like new passport, driver's license, birth certificate, all that shit, like a couple $100,000. Like Dana Carvey in Master of Disguise. Phenomenal movie, by the way. You can become another person. I feel like it would be best to send him super chats asking if he read the DD all day. He's too busy saying apes, looking into the camera, all like, did I say it right? Do you like that? You got it, Dangerous Dan. Delayed knowledge just isn't the same when it comes to the market. Fair. How do I get a new identity? Should I just call some random vacuum repair shop? Is that strictly legal? I'm not sure. Maybe. Probably not. I'm not telling you to do it. I'm just saying it's an option. People have definitely done it in the past. I haven't watched it, but I kind of want to now. Daniel Rock. You still have your spurt calls? Well, fuck no. I don't know if you noticed, it went to like $11. I sold them. I might be buying more. Did you read the DD? I did, Open Mark. Thank you. I think I think you sent that super chat in the wrong channel. I've seen like one season of the Detectorists. It was okay. HD at 330 looks like a good buy opportunity. Possibly, yeah. Calm down, Dan Dividend Matthews. Do you use certain brokers for certain trades? Sometimes. I mean, I have everything I use. I mean, yeah, I do, but like mostly all of my trades are done out of like 3 accounts. It also kind of just depends where I have money. I don't like moving it around. It's annoying. Yeah, perfectly legal to change your name, guys. Maybe, but why would I support him over you? Fair enough, Open Mark. Fair enough. Thanks, JD. Yeah, I've seen What We Do in the Shadows. It's phenomenal. Would you ever collab with White Claw Gabe? I don't know who the fuck that is, man. Hey, partially so my main account isn't on the stream. Glider. Um, I actually have another WeBull account too. But no, just mostly funds, I guess. That's probably the biggest reason. It's just like my funds are kind of split up, which has been a problem with the streaming. But yeah, I also don't want like my main accounts on the stream, for obvious reasons. Absolutely, Snickers. Heard about your shares in Webull? No, not at all. I mean, I only have like 50 shares in here, so it's like I don't really care if I can't sell them. He drinks White Claws and his name is Gabe. I love and hate everything about that sentence. Figures. Swiss Pickle fan. Went out to drink with some friends last week. The bar served a gherkin drink made with an actual pickle. Moass confirmed. That's awesome, man. Thank you so much for the donation, dude. I appreciate it. Well, I have a margin account, and one of them's a margin account, which is like for emergency use only. So if there's like a play that I absolutely need margin for, it's just there, but I don't use it for anything else. Um, and then I have an account I primarily trade options out of, and I got an account I primarily day trade out of. and then I have one more account that I put like keep my like longer term investments in, but like, and then I have GME in all of those and a couple other ones. What flavor are you vaping? It's just like fruit something. Apples, some sort of apple. It's nice. Tastes like applesauce. Will you check some barefoot rose on the inevitable day Carl becomes mod? Someone's writing a DD on that, I think. I'm very curious to see what their conclusions are. Should you do a 50 to 50K challenge or something like that? I mean, the Weeble account has kind of been that. I put 500 in, and I think it's at like 4,400 now. 50 is ridiculously low. I'm not going to trade an account with $50 in it. I'd have to play penny stocks. Maybe like 500 to 50K is not that bad. More would be better. Like 2,000 to 50K or something. Really, really fucking limited at $50. I did that though when I used to paper trade. I would like set myself challenges like that. Generally, when you have that little money though, you just blow up the account. My favorite broker for options trading, um, Street Edge is okay. I prefer IBKR for doing options. Because order execution and slippage matter a lot on options, and so it's IBKR has the best order execution out of all the brokerages. I'll also do them on Fidelity though. Nice try, Grizz. Do you grind your own coffee beans? Absolutely. They borrowed 150K out of the 300K available this morning. Yeah, I know. I saw. WeBull's fine for options. It's not as good as IBKR, but it's much easier to get approved on, especially if like your account balance is lower. I use IBKR for trading like big lots of options. So if I'm buying like 10 plus contracts, no, I don't have a conical grinder. Is financial engineering a fancy way to say trading? A little bit. It's the only degree I could find that really dove more into it. But no, it's really just a study of like market mechanics and financial instruments, how they're used. Short me, Kenny. Short me deeper. Nice, J Fresh. Beach chair or towel? I don't want sand on my body. Do not transfer to computer share. We determined that is definitely FUD. Interesting. What's my ultimate goal with education? I don't know. I don't know anymore. After coronavirus and like a year off, I really don't know if I want to go back or give them my money. You know, they've refunded my money at this point, and I like that. I don't really want to give it back to them. I don't feel like they're gonna offer me anything I can't learn on my own at this point. Like I'm not gonna go get like a regular job, right? I don't know. Maybe it'd be good to have if the government cuts retail out of trading. Just looking at that cat today. What cat? I want to get a MFE and a MBA. I majored in finance with a minor in financial mathematics and a minor in biology. Pickles family office. Yeah, just start my own hedge fund. And an MF Doom. It's an MFE. Well, just whatever. What will the effect of the fall of the Afghan government have on the U.S. markets? Um, it depends on if we have a side to sell weapons to. None or some. Well, I was a VP for like 3 years, so you know, it's not like it's the wrong step for me to get an MBA, right? No, not because I love animals. I wanted to be a doctor, and then I realized doctors don't make that much money, and they work really hard. Can you go into call spreads and how the play is made? Yeah, I could discuss that, but like I'll do it over in the Discord, not on here. It'll take too long. I mean, after Moass, like it's very unlikely I'm going to go back to school. But yeah, even if you're that rich, having a degree helps. Depends on the type of doctor. If you're a dermatologist, you make bank and work 9 to 5. I mean, you make bank comparatively. Any way to show IV on the chart? There's a few. There's like very few, like a handful of charting softwares that have um like IV trackers. But not many. Calls open interest looks good for so early in the week. Yeah, it's pretty decent this morning. I already checked it. I used to work in dermatology. We had surgeons who made $4 million a year and worked 32 hours a week. They also went to school for. They gave up a decade of their life to do that. That's the problem. And 4 million a year is like okay. I mean, it's a lot of money, right? But like, you can make more. Hey, Ron, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude. I appreciate the support, man. Hit me up over on the Discord, and I'll get you added to the country club.
Hey, dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo Money sucks.
Thank you so much, dude. Subbed in her now. Oh, you got a song, so. Yeah, you have to have insane scores to get into like dermatology, urology, like everything that pays super well as a doctor. You have to have absurd scores on all your tests. You have to be top of your class. It's a lot of pressure. Yeah, they sacrificed a decade of their prime years. Yeah, you're right. Just Mr. Vojvoda, just go Google what happens when the 10-year treasury yield drops. It's not good. Okay, Aaron. Well, thank you for resubbing anyway, man. Sahib, shit, awesome. So markets don't care about the Afghan situation? I mean, probably not a lot. Like, what does Afghanistan have to do with like the international economy? It's like everyone was going on about the Haiti thing this weekend. Like, obviously, it's terrible what's happened to the people there, right? But like, fucking, it's not gonna really affect the like people will profiteer off of it, but it's not gonna affect the economy, right? Because Haiti doesn't really have one. It's not like the entire world's like, oh shit, Haiti went down. What are we gonna do? You know? Yeah, the markets will definitely care if the UN and the US go back into Afghanistan. Yeah, but we'll just find another money printer for the U.S. war machine, right? And if like that fails, you could just Cold War it, right, and just internalize all the money, doing like bullshit research. Like, and we already have an excuse for that with China, right? We could just be like, Cold War with China, gotta pump all the money in because China will destroy, like, take everything over. When the 10-year declines, mortgage rates fall, the housing market strengthens, which in turn has a positive impact on economic growth and the economy. That's Saculon. It's also an effect of inflation, though, because treasuries are getting bought up like crazy. So it's not also positive in context. Yeah, Jimmy's doing fine. What happened in Haiti? I live in a box. I think there was like an earthquake and then like a bad earthquake. And then after the earthquake, they're going to get hit with a tropical storm. So it's going to, thwart rescue efforts and stuff. Is there any way safe to put money post Moass? It'll depend. Your pocket? Stuff it in a mattress? Nah, I'm sure there'll be safe investments. So you have to see how everything shakes out. Patience. That's super cool, Dangerous Dan. What's your expectation for earnings? Uh, might do like okay. Ideally, we'll see better than last quarter. I'd be greedy and try to make more after Moass. Isn't millions enough for you? No. Why would millions be enough? What if what if we hit hyperinflation and a loaf of bread is $1 million? I need a lot more money than that. Put your Moass tendies into DeFi. You say that, Snickers, but like New York City is awash with AMCs. They're everywhere. And I've never seen anybody outside of one since coronavirus started. Like, people are not going to the fucking movies. So you're saying we should make our own bread? I mean, you can. It's tasty. You don't have to put sugar in it, which makes it better. Good morning, hand. Yeah, Regals are nicer than AMC. That's not just New York, that's everywhere. I do remember that, Ben. Not anymore. There's a 15,000 sell wall at 164. What was the first SPY correction zone? I don't think it's hit it. It's like down at 142. It's got a ways to go. Oh, nice double bottom. Crypto dying? I mean, it's down like 2%. I'd want to see it slip back down to like 40K before I'd say that it was falling back down again. Good morning, Brian. We got our first sub 1,000 candle 13 minutes into the day. That's Saculon. How's the gamma ramp looking? Actually, not bad at 170. 170 looks pretty solid, which I kind of assumed. 175 looking good. 180 looks okay. 200's nuts, as usual. Got a place under 3%, no money down. That's awesome, dude. Where do you think Tesla can bounce? I'm not watching Tesla this week. I'm kind of out of it right now. There's a chance that it could bounce at 690. Otherwise, it's going to come down to this support level at 680. 680 to like 685. It failed that breakout on Friday. That's why I didn't put it on like my watch list for this week. Tesla dip below 700. Any thoughts on a bounce? Yeah, it could bounce at like 680. Thanks, Blazing Bizzle. I bought $1 million worth of deep in the money puts on GME. Am I doing this right? That's good. Any thoughts on the margin calls the DTCC is expecting in September? So, I mean, margin calls generally good for people that own shorted stocks, right? Any thoughts on SoFi long term? Looks like it's found support at 14 out of the daily. Just thinking it will run come football season since they'll be pushing advertisements hard. Yeah, long term they're probably fine. Um, it's gonna take a while. I mean, the market's very interested in them not succeeding, right? They represent a threat to not only hedge funds but the major banks. Um, so it's hard to say who's gonna win that war, right? They're a solid company. They're well run. It's a decent like long term investment, but I wouldn't plan to be in it for a short period of time. Spurt dipping as expected. Yeah, it'll continue to drop. I think it might hold that support for a little while, but missed you too, Ryan Cohen. You introduced me to Houston Wade, and I cut his stream talking about metamaterials. Any thoughts? No, I don't. I don't. I've never seen any of his stuff. Was the market crashing? That's excessive. Is it going down? Yeah, I bet. Your opinion on you seeing a dividend on the horizon? It seems unlikely, but people really want one. Favorite way to consume avocados? Well, I'm allergic to them, so there is none. There's a decent short interest on Torchlight. It may pop, may not. And even if it does, the last time it did, it left all kinds of bag holders in its wake. Risky. Is it the 2,500 buys at a penny? Someone fucking around with the order book. Have you ever had debilitating back pain? If yes, how did you handle it? Once, and I just laid in bed. They were, Tropical Thunder Special, they were kind of suspicious when I would order Mexican food and be like, oh, no guacamole. And they were like, what? Yeah, I was like, no guacamole. And and that definitely got me some licks. Oh, JC, that's cool, man. But I accidentally had some the other day, and I got like a hive on the side of my mouth. That was the worst. But like on the inside. That story about your back was insane. When the market is corrected in the past, have you noticed if it's just when market opens or throughout the day, it finally pushes through some support? It generally when it corrects hard, and I've only been present for a few of those, it just starts doing it and it goes pretty fast. I'm also allergic to bananas. Bananas, avocados, stone fruit. I'm allergic to stock cans. I'm sorry, Ben. Not a stone fruit chicken tender daddy, but no, I wouldn't do that. I'm not well versed in emojis. What's the peach? Is it ass or like more towards the front? Yogurt, my neighbor adopted a rescue dog yesterday, and its name is Pickles. Awesome. Is it a dachshund? Like a little dash hound? That's the only kind of dog I like. That and the wishbone dog. Oh. You should host a poker game with the pigeon whales as a fun weekend stream. That could be fun. I'll talk to the pigeon whales later. I feel like if the spy reverses trend, we're gonna rip. But it's not looking good. Mm. host Moass high stakes Uno. Only against DFV. So much for a negative beta status. That's not the way negative beta works. Really trying to get me to pigeon. Well, I'm not. Care to elaborate? Negative beta is trailing. It doesn't mean that we just inverse the market every time. It just means sometimes we inverse the market. And when we have inversed the market, we've inversed it greatly, which has increased our negative beta. Correlation is not causation. If they only implemented low volume cheat mode from the beginning, I think people would have paper handed. The low volume is because of us. That's not the short hedge funds. We bought all the fucking shares. What did you think was gonna happen? Thoughts on Arizona 99-cent cans being the next world reserve currency? So here's a fun fact about Arizona iced teas. Their profit margins on each of those cans are pretty high. So inflation doesn't really affect their price very much. Like they lose some profits during inflation, but not as many as they would lose if they changed the price of the drinks. Sorry to hear you got diagnosed with the plague. That didn't happen. What plague? Yeah, no problem, J Money. Is the SQQQ looking bullish? It doesn't actually look terrible. But I feel like it's run its range. Mm. Spy's already turning around. Darth Dance, so sorry to hear you got the plague. Please use this money for your medical expenses and family leave time. Arizonas are not $1.29. That's just the retailer ripping you off. Spurt climbing back up. Cool. Been corrected already. Are they $1.29 in Canada? Interesting. Oh, now they short us. Pricks. I love how you explain the low volume. I mean, but it's true, right? The ramp looks good, actually. It's pretty solid, or especially for this early in the week. Well, they have to raise the bid to get people to sell. Mahidala. This is what everyone wanted. This is the wide bid ask spread and the low volume. This is the dream. Action Lime. Thank you for the $1.39. Did you want to say something with that, or just the? Is there a meme there that I'm missing? Is that for an Arizona iced tea? Post inflation. There's a picnic soup. How does one cook a soup at a picnic? YouTube adjusted Arizona. Nice. No, it kicks off at like 170. Proof rock. Remote servers are throwing errors for work and the IT team isn't responding. So I don't speak Dutch and don't know what the errors are. So it looks like I'm watching the GME charts today. Nice, Danrod. Cool, Chris. Yeah, they'll move it down as the price comes down. SPY may be turning around, but look at the NASDAQ. It's a bloodbath. It's down 96 points. It's not pretty, but eh. I think we'll be all right. Think they increased the cost to borrow temporarily as a test. What's the cost to borrow? Did it go up again? It's still at 0.6. You mean like last week when they increased it, or the week before? No, none of the dips are tempting me. It looks like a red day. I like kind of like cat's dip actually. If it stays below. Although it's kind of like an inverse head and shoulders. We'll see how that plays out. Home Depot ripping. I should have been paying attention to that. Oh well. What's your opinion on computer share buying? I mean, that's an easy way to lock a share in the infinity pool. I guess. I don't know. It seems dumb. I don't like it. HD forming a pennant. No, it looks like it's just ripping. It probably dipped to the low and it's bouncing off its trend line here. Thanks, real Mr. Miggs. Jimmy Candle's total chaos. It's pretty volatile, but that's because the bid ask is still really wide. Still haven't broke 200k volume. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I saw the 15k sell well. Bought some HD calls during the dip. They're printing. Awesome, man. Yeah, that was my plan, but I didn't put an order in, so I'm gonna have to at least miss out on this run on HD. Fidelity says Recognia recognizes an Elliott wave. Who gives a shit? Elliott waves are about as useless as a bag of dicks. Where's the transfer stocks? Did you say it took 3 business days for the transfer of stocks from WeBull to Fidelity? I just tried and it was a week. Jesus. Okay, well, when I did it, it was T+2. And then some people did it after me also and said T+2. So, I mean, it just could be that they're having a really hard time locating. Extremely low volume. Can you pick up GME shares for prices around $1 if people market sell? No. What the fuck are you talking about? Are you talking about like volatility in the peaks? It's not going to dip to $1. You'd get front run by every algorithm in existence before that happened. Fidelity said I was approved for options, but now they're not letting me. Missed out on HD. Holy, are you sure that they approved you for like level 3 options, or is it just like level 2? Because you might only be able to do covered calls and cash secured puts and not able to buy like long calls. Absolutely, Plots. Thank you for being here, man. Hope Elliot Wave guy isn't watching right now. I don't give a shit. I'll tell him. Possibly 6. You suck at technical analysis. Have you ever gone so high in the sky that you have to go even higher and further up before going back down because the water there is full of electrolytes and minerals? Oh, thank you, Pickle Juice. I needed that. That was a good bounce at 159. Some volume came in too. Look at us. Look at us trading 7,000 shares a candle. I read your Reddit post, but do you have some more specific price points you were looking for this week? Why do you ask that question, Moritz? What do you think of Flight of the Conchords? I've only ever seen like clips on YouTube. I've never actually watched the whole show. Or like listened to their music. My guess is he wants to know how bullish that trend line is for a Biff Banana. My guess is that he wants to day trade GameStop. Barofy just jumped. Awesome. I put in the fucking price prediction for the week. It's in the DD. Both axes are present. Axes. Moritz. And I don't need you to test me. Thanks. Borrow fee jumps more than 1% to make a change. I mean, for the most part, the RRP is just a kind of like a loose correlation. until somebody could like actually tie it together with some evidence. The potential for it to be important is there. Peanuts is post another whale teeth meme and make the stock go up? Probably. I mean, I don't know what I need to say. There's the fucking price action predictions are right there in the DD. So what are you asking for specifically? Do you need to know the resistance levels? They're also there. Everything is there. I don't care what Charlie's Vids does. That guy's an absolute nut job. They're asking what level to buy options at. It's hard to say. Options risky this week, right? Bullish trend is stronger, but not strong enough. Cuckoo. Hello, Pigeon Whale. Welcome. A recording you sent the other day was crispy. I started the stream with it today. There seems to be missing details. But we're waiting for more evidence. That's why I said possible DD. The idea is to get the point is to get the idea out there, so you know the rest of the wrinkle brands in the community can really get their eyes on it. You know, because we don't want to be spreading fear, uncertainty, and doubt, guys. We're not data scientists. Let's leave it to the experts. I think I'm gonna head out. Not ready to be hurt today. Christian. No one's gonna hurt you. It feels like there's a need to open a center for traders who can't read good and want to learn TA good too. Could you explain your exit strategy one more time on the next few candles, if applicable? There's a whole video on it, man. And you can check out the DD on my profile, which is linked on Reddit down below in the description. What does it feel like you never have enough shares? I never thought at the start I'd have this many, but now I want more. It's it's kind of addictive. Smoother, thank you so much, dude. Always appreciate the daily gaga gherkin style. Thank you. Spelling out exactly what fun is. It's fun. No, that's what Andrew Mo Money does. I was making fun of him because he's always like, guys, I don't want to be spreading fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Oh, hold on. And then he like feeds his dog, and then he like goes back to like talking about fear, uncertainty, and doubt again, and like looking into the camera. Like, please like me. Spy may go down to the correction zone. It's not looking good. All right. But is it because of COVID? It's not looking good. It's on a downtrend. It may dip below. That doesn't mean it'll keep going down. It doesn't mean it won't, though. I know how margin call should look like, but how will you know when liquidations have started? Volume. Because we have none, right? Currently. Ideally, all those idiots who post all their shares for sale at like 420.69 will get filled. And then the price will continue to gap up and halt. What happens if Moass does start today? Then I was right. This is Monday Moass part 2. Did you guys not see the stream card? It's very relevant. Just go, guys. Remember that cell wall? It got destroyed. Is some of this from Delta hedging from Thursday? Could be. Could be Moass. Guys, remember when I used to have to do this? Ah, gross. Smoother, put their pickle in my jar. Thank you, dude. Gotta watch you live. Loving it. Awesome, man. Thank you for joining in. Thank you for the donation. Both of you guys. Pete Longstock, thank you so much for that, man. I appreciate it. Aw, pickle milk. Simp that like button. Where's Prometheus Johnson? Calm down. You too, Average Joe. You too. Maybe I need to temper expectations a little here. Funkle Bruce put their piglet. How can I set a share at 42,069 by broker? You have to wait till the price is higher. So you have to wait until the price is within a percentage range of that number. Whatever broker, I don't know what broker you're using, but different brokers have different ranges. Some are like 50%, some are 100, some are 600. Which large hedge fund do you think will fall first? The smaller ones. Calm. Everyone needs to calm down. I'm glad I zoomed out. That 14K sell wall did get fucked. It got fucked really hard. They bought right through it. We need to break 185. Yeah, 185 would be ideal. We should go down now again, like usual. Yeah, I agree. How's the options data look after that volume coming in? It wasn't that much volume. But I'll take a look. This is not, just so you guys know, this is not something that needs to be checked like 40 times a day. It looks like about 77 in the money calls were exercised. Ooh, a bunch of 160 puts got crushed. Some $80 calls came in. That's about it. Oh, wait. Pickle Man killed Moass. Yeah, I know the borrow rate went up. Calm down. Let the stock consolidate. VIX did a thing. I see that. How come when you check options, your face lights up as if opening the briefcase in Pulp Fiction? Because the screen on that website is the brightest white known to man. It's like Vanta white. Oh, I'm gonna use Stefan to mark the resistance levels. This is exciting. Do I look excited? Good. That's what I was going for. I was right about bull flag. You were, because that was actually a bull flag, Starlight. For the first time in weeks, an actual bull flag. I need to call my mom. Why is it taking me this long to notice what Topper is firing from his bow? I don't know, man. It's not a chicken, it's a pigeon whale. You mean congrats to whoever bought calls Friday night? That's me. I guess I should tell Reddit about this. Sorry. Could just go. It was exciting. What's this sorcery? I come back from a meeting and I see what looks like a bull flag. That's correct. What happens if Moass starts in your stream? Do you leave us alone? Since, yeah, I do. That's exactly what happens, MD. I just shut it all down. Now that I finally got rid of the popcorn stock, it goes up again. Oh well. So did GameStop. GameStop's up $3 today. Popcorn stock up $1. You know. Put their pickle in my jar. Thank you for your decision to use Stefan to mark the resistance levels. We know he appreciates his work and will do amazing at it. He's had a long weekend pulling 16-hour days. Don't be too harsh on him. Praise be to the Lady View app. Well, thank you, Pickle Union President. I'm glad I have your blessing. It has been really runny here. Ugh. I don't know who would be here and not be hitting the like at this point. But you know, people are gonna do what they're gonna do. Yeah, the pollen levels are up really, really high today. He was 69 times decorated Medal of Honor recipient and rare reverse Purple Heart. I have to let the people feel like they're empowered. Ben Frank put their pickle in my jar. Since calls aren't being hedged properly, if we get a big run like this week, would the T+2 next week be extra juicy? Could be. We'll have to see. It depends on the gamma exposure coming out of Friday. But yeah, potentially. The potential's definitely there. It's all good. I missed a super chat. Oh, it did. Caught your stream of trade spotting. Love the conversation you guys had. Bless you. Crest, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm glad you enjoyed it, man. Thank you so much for the donation, dude. Why doesn't the subsequent candlestick always start at the close price of the previous candle on the 1 minute? Why doesn't it? Because we're using Henkanashi candlesticks. If we switch, see, but those are gross, so let's not use those. Ever since finding your channel, my job productivity has diminished. I was warned last Friday. My wife says I changed. Hard to explain. I'm here for the pigeon whale call. Awesome, man. Good for you. You found out who your true friends are. Wait, I thought Moass Monday was a meme, not a prophecy. Everything, all memes are prophecies. If you don't go outside, how is it that pollen matters for you? I don't have like my air conditioner on. I probably should turn it on. It's just kind of chilly. Hank and Ashley confusing people again. I know. If we get to 169, nice. My wife won't leave me. Jay Fresh. I love how your entire personal life is connected to the price of GameStop stock. Your wife, your house, everything. Everything tied to the price on the chart. You're truly all in, sir. Postmas, how much money would it take you to record a cover of We Are the World with Mo Money, Cores, and the rest of the streamers? I'll just do it by myself. I'll just do it me with different voices. Like the Nutty Professor. Yeah, I'm actually gonna turn my air conditioner on because my allergies are really kicking in. Ugh. There we go. New daily high. It's fucking new, like 3-week high. Man, my girl's getting impatient. Had a tough weekend over GME. I'm so sick of GME. Tell her to shut up. She's gonna be rich. God, people just don't understand. Or just get rich and find a different girlfriend. Oh, I asked me last night about GME. Thankfully, she asked game loss percentage and not number of shares. Are the shorts front running large orders and selling into them? They're going to try to as much as they can, yeah, in order to prevent gap ups. It doesn't look like it's working. And offering to summon big green candles. We're doing great, man. Thank you. Appreciate that. Overhead ASMR mukbang. Okay, Eric, we don't buy wives. Have some class. Just go places that cost a lot of money and act socially insolvent. You'll get a wife in no time. But she'll want to be your wife. And that's what matters. Yeah, that's what I said, rhubarbs. If I buy into Pigeon Whale, can you give me receipts and accept a refund and then let me buy over and over again? I need to hear the Pigeon Whale call live. Well, if we break 170, it's because of Pigeon Whales, and so I will play it. Did you say earlier possible gamma ramp at 170? Yeah. Yeah, they're probably gonna fight pretty hard for 170. I think there's 2,000 open contracts right now. Just for this Friday. No price point for when the stream turns off. It's just uh it's gonna be based on like volume. Look at that negative beta. Sure, they can short us back down, but they're not gonna. Is that 170 max pan? I think it might be right now. Should check the OI for September 17th calls. At 170? It's not that big. It's only 220 calls at 170. Weeklies were cheap this week, so I'm not surprised. Jay Fresh becoming a dillionaire. Fanboy. Look at you. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it, dude. I'll get you set up in the Discord. And you can shit pissed in the Dillionaires Country Club.
Hey dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo Money sucks.
I will, Sahib, like, if it's just a sneeze and not a squeeze, and the price comes back down, I'll come back to streaming, right? But I'm gonna ban you. That's the deal. Otherwise, I don't come back. Will you shed a single teardrop when you press the stream button and sigh, then smile a little while staring into the horizon? I'll think about it. Let's see how epically we fail this test at 170, though. God, we don't even really have a support here. Do we have one historically anywhere? A little bit back here, I guess. The downside. Ooh, a nice gap to fill. Interesting. Now we need a Monkey Island Discord channel. I might have to do a Guybrush 3 pickle. Any thoughts on computer share? It's bullshit. Don't worry about it. GS, thank you so much for the upgrade to Dillionaire, man. I appreciate the support, dude. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll make sure to get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club.
Hey dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo Money sucks.
Do you use a password manager for your brokers? There's some decent blockchain ones that you can use. I guess the resistance is going to be here at like 167.50. I didn't miss a Dillionaire. I've thought about doing the weekend stream still, but like, I'm not going to discuss GameStop if I do it, and that's going to be weird, right? Is that a beluga whale being fired from the bow? Yeah. Is the market down because of Afghanistan? I doubt it. I mean, maybe. Sometimes the market, like, gets feelings, right? Like, shit'll happen that doesn't really affect anything economically, and, like, the market will be sad about it for a day, but it doesn't really mean anything. Jonathan Winder, thank you so much for becoming a Cornish dude. I appreciate that. 5100 sell wall at 169. That's not really that relevant. If you do a Guybrush pickle today, I will pigeon whale. I'll think about it. I mean, the thing I'm looking for forced liquidation is bid jumping, right? So like the ask side of the order book will be bought out and the bid will begin to jump, right? As they are attempting to search for shares and they are being forced to raise the price. That's the point at which I'll be leaving. Doge is up. I still own Doge. I just remembered last night that I own a bunch of Doge because it went up and I got a notification. They're trying to distract people. Matt Shaw, thank you so much for becoming a Lon Johnson, man. I appreciate that, dude. Don't forget to sign up. Well, you can't sign up for the weekend stream right now, but make sure you check it out this Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Any chances we go back to 160 today? I mean, sure. We're not that far off. We could. I don't think we will, but we could. Stream a game on the weekends? I could do that. How'd the Saturday stream go? I was trying to make it, but forgot to try. We could, man. You can check it out. The VOD's up on the community page for you guys that missed it. I always put the VOD up immediately after. It's a Monday. The market is often sad on Monday. Because it's overvalued. What, Dirt Kurt? It does increase the likelihood of China having access to Afghan mineral wealth eventually, which hurts the U.S. I suppose. Hey, bud, I'm a new fan, but I know you probably said it before, or maybe you don't want to share. But what's your background? How'd you get all these wrinkles? I mean, as far as trading goes, it was all self-taught, but I went to school for finance. How much volume did that take? I mean, we're only at 700K for the day, so not a lot. Our biggest candle was like 60,000 shares. I don't know, like a little over 200, 250, maybe, maybe more than that. Hold on. Oh, you know, there's an easier way to do this. $580. Well, not really. Hold on. Yeah, like 500,000. Look at that bounce on that resistance I drew, guys. I'm so good at this. Too bad for them. I sold my Doge to buy GME. If you do it and I don't immediately become a pigeon whale, it's because I'm in a meeting, but I'll come through. All right, JC. But they're called beluga whales. So, you know. How can anyone seriously believe there's not something seriously strange going on with GameStop? Dude, everyone knows there's something seriously strange going on with GameStop, right? But because of the media surrounding it, they don't have confidence in it as a bullish play. This is definitely an Elliott wave. That's silly. Oh no. Stop that. There's another resistance here. Could you host an actual hot tub session with the pigeon whales? I don't know. Check the volume movement on the 5-minute chart for GME. I know, it looks good, doesn't it? It's very, very exciting. Corneb. It's almost like it's ramping up, right? Hmm. Yeah, you can use WeBull's charting without funding an account. It's free. Are you hopping back on the spurt train this week? Not yet. Ew. Insane volume? We're only at 800K. AMC GME correlation strong today. Could be something, could be nothing. It's something. Thanks, deep fucking Cornishon. Dark pool trading at 3,500 to 5,000 a share. That's not accurate. That's not how brokerage transfers work. There's a misunderstanding of block orders on Reddit. Sunny is. What's your take on transferring shares to computer share? GME's registered broker. I don't like it. I'm not doing it. Go nuts. If you guys want another layer of okay, if this fills you up, I'm selling that contract. If you guys want another layer of shit between you and being able to sell your stock, that's fine. I feel that a Guybrush pickle today is too risky. I don't know. I'm definitely on edge. You want me to save it, JFresh? JFresh is saying that we should save the Guybrush 3 pickle for maybe a more important resistance, maybe for like 180 or 200. That's true, Jeff. You're right. It was a significant amount of volume for, the bid ask spread, which is tightened up a little bit from that run, but not much. Okay, whatever, GS. It's working. Stop bitching about it. $800K is huge compared to end of day volumes last week, and we were 90 minutes in. True. Update Reddit. If you guys can, drop a like and subscribe. It's a huge help to the channel and a great way to show your support. Thank you. Is it bad for GME that it's correlated with AMC? No, there's just a thing. Ew, Head and Shoulders? Yeah, a little bit, but, bounced. Sunny Liston, thank you so much for the donation, dude. I appreciate that. What do you think of Houston's exit strategy is selling one at 100,000 and 50% greater each share? I mean, that's not my exit strategy, right? It's too conservative, and getting orders filled if the price is running super hard will be very difficult. I don't think it'll work. You might be lucky to get like one of those filled on the way up. Well, you just told them all how much it costs, Willem. That's on an inverse head and shoulders forming. It's possible. We're gonna see if we get back up above 167.50. Ideally, we have enough volume that the bounce just continues up to test at 170. Who is you, Rick of Spades? We don't know. That's the problem. There's an entire Discord channel dedicated to the DD on that, though. Deep fucking Cornichon. So, if you want to participate in uncovering the truth behind that, head over to the Discord and check it out. Thanks, Deep fucking Pickles. Everybody's DFX today. Various versions of Deep. Yeah, Natcores. Tesla and crypto are general. Well, Tesla has $1 billion in Bitcoin, I think, right? So Bitcoin price definitely tied into Tesla valuation. How do you expect to sell? You have to wait till the peaks when the volatility drops off. Also, if you're trying to sell like post halt that way, the volatility is crazy. So I don't know. I don't like it. I have my own exit strategy. I gave you guys the one I intend to use. Me and him discussed it in our thing, and I told him why. You can go check that video out. It's over on the collaborations channel. I know some reasonably smart people. For some reason, they stay away from GameStop. Why are some people so hesitant? Are the facts that unbelievable? It's not just that the facts are unbelievable, right? Like, you have mainstream media working actively against us. It's risk. If you have money, you don't risk it, right? This is a play by the poors and for the poors for the most part, because risk doesn't mean anything to us when the potential upside is that high. Dex and pills. I heard Matt likes Dex a little too much. I've heard similar stories. Just remember 110 purchase price, cash yearly operating price. Could this be the test for 180 from last week? No. Maybe. Like, you think this price action is more correlated with the prediction from last week than this week? That's possible. Why is support resistance at 170, but it's not a historic support resistance line? Like 172.50, 165.50. Is this because of Gamma this week, or do I add it to my chart? You can add it to your chart. It's also because of the Gamma ramp this week. Generally, 170 is not like contentious price level. It's 2 to 4 hour Bitcoin starting to look like another Wyckoff. No, Wyckoffs usually form over really long time scales. So you want to be looking for it on that short of a time frame. Hi, poor. I'm pickle milk. Murder down 7% on no news. I think someone is exiting positions. It's possible. Interesting. Deep fucking gout. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that, man. Well, I mean, it's not just the older generations that have that ingrained. That's what we're taught, right? Like, you work hard, you save, you know, and then the last few years of your life you can enjoy without the burden of financial responsibility. It's a fucking lie, right? The reality of it is you just take money, you turn it into more money, and then you turn that money into more money. And this is the advantage that Wall Street has over, the everyday American, is that, we just put our money in their investment vehicles. They make 20% on the top using your funds and give you like 6% returns a year. Welcome to the world of your 401ks and fucking retirement funds and pensions. Just slaving away for 40 years so you can get a little bit of a break right before you die. Well, I mean, that's what we're starting to realize, right? Is that it's not, that dream is becoming less and less achievable. What would you look at for re-entry into Spurt this week? I'm looking below 750. If it doesn't go below 750 by Thursday, I will consider an entry around 8. Is that how you become Andrew Mo Money? Actually, we worked hard, then we retire and spend our savings on doctors to stay alive. Yeah. Yeah, I know the bar fee went up. You just realized a short hedge fund with 700k AMC shares isn't going long. They're deep into their short position. And if they have shares, they're long. If they have puts, if they're reporting puts on their 13Fs on AMC, which I don't know about because I don't do research on that stock, but then it's a hedge against their put position. But I don't know if that's the case. Average consumer spends $1,000 a year on lotto tickets. Imagine if they all invested it instead. Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, so much shit that people buy would be better spent in investments. some people just don't believe that we can beat the system. Now they're here, they're covering in dark pools, holding shares since 300s, June baby. I mean, I don't think they're covering in dark pools. If that helps. Um like dark pools are being used, but it's the effect is slim. Citadel has millions of puts on AMC. Ah, I don't care. Awesome, man. Good luck over there. Vecna, fuck you too. They can't. 50% of the volume is not going through. There's no fucking volume. Garrison Bowers. 50% of retail volume is going through dark pools. But we don't buy that much, man. And it still gets reported to the market 15 minutes later. So it's not like it's hidden forever. There's an effect on, the bid ask spread and like price discovery, but it's not as relevant as you think. You are so good looking. Thank you, Dan Rod. It depends on the dark pool, Torian. Should I tune in for a 2 p.m. rip later today? Possibly. Can you draw a flag on the 5-minute? Sure. More of a pennant. J Fresh. This will be pretty pivotal in the next like 10 minutes or so if we break to the upside of this or the downside. So I think if we break to the downside of this, we'll probably cross back below VWAP. That here looks more like a descending wedge. Hmm. Thank you for explaining. I thought GPU volume was excluded from lit exchange numbers. It depends on the dark pool and when they report. Garrison. Short hedge funds able to just slowly close out their positions while they manipulate the price lower. Tricky. No. Yeah, pennant's neutral, bullish. I think we're gonna slip below VWAP though. SPY showing bearish divergence on the daily. Give me a second. I'll check TOF General. Bullish. I'd be setting my stop limit probably at VWAP and then my limit sell below. If this was Moass. Looks like we're going to hold. All right, let me check the SPY real quick. Yes, a little bit. It needs to confirm throughout the rest of the day, but it is starting to look a little bit like bearish divergence. You'd probably want like another day or so for that to play out, Toph. Unless we come down much harder today. Like if we come down into this like correction indicator at like 442, then that's definitely some bearish divergence. Ew. Oh. Well, no, because we ran up into the end of last week, Patrick L, which kind of broke that trend. We did have bearish divergence earlier on the SPY, but it broke to the upside. And technically, it hasn't regained its long-term trend still, and keeps falling further and further away from it. Let's see what the president talks about later today. Is he speaking on the economy? Or just like on Afghanistan and stuff? What are you guys doing with my stonk? The 5-minute pennant upside chance gone now? Probably not. No, it's continued, right? I don't know where we could bounce here, though. It doesn't look good. I don't like it. There's like a descending wedge here, though. It's like probably a little better indicator. Support. Yeah. See there? Like it actually looks a little better on the 1 minute, but that could just be me having bias. Intraday indicators like this, not very reliable on GME because of the volatility. And the insanely low volume. Intraday like pattern recognition works much better on high volume stocks. Stocks that have like a high turnover. Please, someone said the 700 million day in January is where they covered. Why is this not true? Well, because they shorted the entire time. Nobody was margin called, and they've continued to shorten the stock and suppress the price since that time. Also, additionally, the price of the stock would have gotten much, much higher had they covered their short position that they began in 2015. If you guys have never seen the short position, I can show you that. This is the one instance where there's an advantage to using OBV. So there's the short position. It starts here. Well, it probably actually starts back here. Let's see. Probably sometimes it's actually like 2016. And they shorted all of this all the way into 2020 into the end of it. And that was the spike in January there. So you're assuming that they could have, the idea is that, like, when people say that, like, they covered in January, they're assuming that they could have covered these like 4.5 years of shorting that occurred in just like a couple days. It's not possible. Don't use OBV for anything else, and no, it's not flat. Yeah, absolutely, man. No, not the secret DD. I've gone over that with you guys like 10 times now. I'm not wrong about OBV being worthless. OBV is worthless from January on. OBV doesn't like big spikes and volatility. But OBV before January allows you to see the extent of the short position that was on GameStop then. They've had to short it even more since then, right? We've traded with like a net carryover short of like 5 to 20% a day every single day since January, with one exception, which was the S&P 400 rebalance day. There was no net short carryover that day. That was the only day since January that we haven't had a net short carryover. Okay, I guess I was right about the descending wedge. Looking good. No, the pennant broke. That pennant wasn't good, though. I didn't like it. Transmitting also made a good point. The buy button was shut off after the volume. Yeah, I mean, they stopped FOMO in order to prevent margin calls. They did a lot. They did a lot in January to stop from covering, right? But none of the actions they did were because of covering. Like, none of those would have been necessary had they covered. Are you trying to sell calls today? No, I have calls. I was thinking about closing my 167.50, but now I'm not because it bounced. But I was going to if it dipped below. You a folder or a scruncher? I don't know what that means. Did they do anything other than shorting, turning off the buy button? Well, Robinhood kept the buy button turned off all day, right? The rest of so Apex cleared brokerages to start trading within an hour that morning. But Robinhood kept the buy button shut off all day. Citadel and Point 72, as we well know, loaned Melvin $2.75 billion and Robinhood additional funds in that time frame. All of these actions are to prevent margin calls, right? Was that a false breakout? It was a bounce. It didn't really break out. It just tested the upper trend and failed. Toilet paper, fold, or scrunch. I hope you're not a scrunching monster. Use toilet paper? Dude, you gotta get a bidet and figure your shit out. If you're still wiping shit off your... Like, answer me this. If I just handed you, like, some dog shit, Fox Time, I just put it in your hand, right? Would you then just go wipe your hand off with a paper towel and go about your day? Or would you wash your hands? How do you dry after the bidet? I mean, if you get a good enough one, it's got like a little blow dryer built into it. Thought you might like to know Scion Capital increased Tesla puts? Or did they just buy a new Tesla put position? Also, what are the dates? Silver Reserve. I am interested in that, but I want to know the dates. You spent 1 year in England and all of a sudden you're a posh boy. You're not wrong, Multi Blues. I've always been a pretty posh boy. I like this sanitary format on your culinary channel. Thank you. So I'll always wash my hands after number 2 Deadwood, right? No matter what. But like after number 1, that really depends on location, right? Because like if I'm in a public restroom and I take a piss and I can like leave that public restroom without touching the public restroom sink, I'll do that. I'm not going to wash my hands after that. My penis definitely way cleaner than a public restroom sink. Just on any day, no matter what. Keep your pickle clean, guys. Especially remember that, once you're billionaires, because like nobody wants to smell your fucking cheesy pickle. Just wash that shit. You disgust me. Good. Clip it. Yeah, wash daily, Luke's. See, look, Veg D agrees. She knows what's up. This is the TA I come to this channel for. Where in the UK did you spend a year? I was there for longer than that, but I was in Sussex and like Westminster in London. That's where I lived. Was those two places. I blame the toilet paper lobby. That's why lumber is squeezed, right? Because fucking everyone bought all the toilet paper. I live near Westminster in OC. Much different. Yeah, it's definitely different. Lays or walkers? Oh, what are the ones I like? It's neither of those. It's like Tato. Is it Tato? I don't know. Give us your best Cockney. I was like a little kid when I lived there. I didn't really pick up all the accents. I love Oreos. So, have you ever eaten a frozen pickle on a stick? Chili dilly is the best. That sounds like it would break your teeth. Pickles are, they have a lot of water in them. Also, kind of hard to freeze, right? Because it's salt water. So the like freezing point would be higher. Maybe it's not salty enough. I've never had voodoo chips. How do you feel about wet wipes as an alternative? Just don't flush them. Do pikeys actually exist? Like, do you mean are they just a character in movies, or are they like a real thing? They're I think they're like a real thing. They're real. Left side of the road or right side of the road when driving? Well, in the US you drive on the right side of the road. In England you drive on the left. Vinegar on fries? Not my favorite. Like malt vinegar? I don't like vinegar and potatoes. I've never understood that combination. I mean, I get it. It's like fat and acid, but it's not my favorite. Was the biggest culture shock of being in Britain? Oh, I got made fun of for saying bathroom and not spelling color properly. You're great on trade voting. Awesome to have a second creator to watch. Thanks, Paul. Tell us Brits we all have horrible teeth. What about black vinegar with dumplings? Not my favorite. Wait, bruv, you got a license for that telly? Oh, man. I did make fun of them for saying Lou. They were like, there's no bath in there. And I was like, there's no Lou in there either. But, you know, my teacher didn't think that was funny. And I got in trouble. Water? I don't say whata or wada or water. I just say water. That's what it is. Water? Ugh. Water. What? Thanks, S Bash. Appreciate it, man. I don't care what Philadelphia does, DP. You're home. You're the home of possibly Rick of Spades, so and Susquehanna. Thoughts on Dasani? That should taste weird to me. I don't like Dasani. Casino? Is there a different way to pronounce casino? I like the bleach flavor. Yeah, it's spelled Loo. Lou short for lavatory. Do you like booty sweat? If it was an energy drink, I would promote it. Would you rather die too hot or too cold? Too cold. Put a reverse osmosis under your sink. Yeah. Alternate pronunciation for casino is Wall Street. Why can nobody pronounce Worcestershire? I did pronounce it wrong. Worcester. Do you know Spreewald gherkin? There's delicious as possible gamma squeeze today. I'm not liking our current price action very much. I'm not gonna lie. It's gross. But also probably just like midday chop. We're at 1 million volume already though. Biden's speech at 3:45 about the situation in Afghanistan. He just announces we're going back, and the market rockets to new all-time highs. If there's one thing America really likes, it's a good proxy war. It makes us a lot of money, very little involvement, no political pressure to end them. And we've set up the perfect scenario for that. So now we can create, a rebel militia under the Taliban rule and supply them with arms and weapons. It's going to be fantastic. And then China can supply the Taliban. Everybody makes money. First time watching for the hour and some great combo going on. Yeah, we don't stick to just the stock in here. We've really got a lot to talk about. We dig deep into some topics. Didn't Trump have to take a cognitive test before entering the presidency? Oh, Jesus. Get here. Is it this place? Yeah, it is. But I'll just ban people. Proxy wars, not political, economic. Difference. Keep your political shit to yourself. No one cares. Celsius or Fahrenheit? I mean, I live in the US, so we use Fahrenheit. There's a helicopter en route to pull you out. Again, Grace Foundation? You're obsessed with this stock. It's doing good. It's running up. I don't know what you want me to check. Didn't we go over this like last time? So it broke through that low resistance at 59. It's looking like it's going to come out of its head and shoulders and test 65. You could look for a turnaround around 62.50. Can we register a conscientious objector status with computers? There's not going to be a draft. The odds of a draft ever happening again are really, really slim. Can you go into further detail about how a proxy war would drive Wall Street higher? It allows us to sell arms. Nothing makes the American economy money like war. I know it was, but it came from a place of, like, obviously they all undergo the same things, you know? What's the cutoff age for the draft? I think that depends on the severity of the war. I know back in World War II, the cutoff age was pretty high. Essentially, if you weren't retired, you could be drafted. Do you think they would make a big production out of it, like the NFL and NBA drafts? No. I think by nom 30 was the cutoff. What did you mean by the net carryover short position for GME has been 5 to 20% per day since January, except for the S&P 400 inclusion? You just stated exactly what I meant, Brian. What's your question there? What part of that don't you understand? Because you just restated exactly you restated the answer to whatever question you have there. So I'm confused what more you want to know. Try to ask it, just try to rephrase it, maybe. Triple bottom bounce? It's not looking good. Looks like we're maybe going to trend down. We just fell below VWAP. The volume's super dry though. If that were the case, wouldn't longs be drilling to pounce over such a giant short position? Why? They can just let the shorts drive the price up and then jump on board. I've discussed this so many times in the past, Austin. I'm not going to get into it. $250,000 bids at 1 cent. That's irrelevant. Just asking what a net short position rollover daily means. That means that the short position increases by that much per day. So X percent of whatever the volume traded that day was added to the carryover short position, which is, that's like their long-term short position. They're long short. I think I get it now, KO. Thank you. Yeah, I know there's new people every day, but when it's like people that are like members and have been here every day for fucking months, then, you know, it's silly for me to answer the question again. During the Moass ascent, it'll be really, really wide. At that point, but at that point, there's not going to be like a bid ask spread, right? Like during like forced liquidation, it's just going to be bids, and occasional asks will come in, and the bid will just jump to meet that ask. Is that purple number our support? It's a support, yeah. Trade spotting. Let's look at the 0.618 retracement. I don't use fib. I don't find it to be all that reliable. But yeah, it essentially tells you the same thing that, you know, the previous resistance level would tell you, which is here. Slightly different, 40 cents off, but in technical analysis, you'll find that there's a lot of different ways to say the same thing. I just prefer the more efficient ones. But to each their own. I sold my 167 because it was a weekly, and I'm not gonna like pay theta on it if we don't run again today. I kept my 165s because they're very near the money. No, because the order book could be very full, Sam Strayer. You've answered it before, and I thank you for that. But for some reason, I would think the long side pounce would be more vicious. So the long side is just playing leveraged positions, right? Leveraged positions are much cheaper, and the payout is much, much higher. There's no reason for them to buy the stock. They see no reason to buy the stock, and they just won't, right? They'll just let the shorts buy into their gamma ramp and let their options print like crazy. So yeah, would you say you take more of a micro view to TA and TS? Take a macro view? I don't know what kind of technical analysis he does. I would say that my view of technical analysis is pretty broad. Like, it would definitely be more macro than micro. Not reliable. Fib is my favorite. It's so accurate. That's fine for you. I found in backtesting that Fibonacci retracements are like about 58% accurate, give or take, depending on user. But I think there's far more accurate indicators. Did you make any profit? Yeah, I was up like $70 or something. Would you rather have one GME or 100 AMC? One GME. Do you pay WeBull for live options info and level 2 order book? No. I have like 50 free months like stacked up. So they give away free order book and stuff all the time. So you don't really ever end up paying for it. Margin calls are private valid theory. No, I don't think so. I'd have to. I mean, you can send it to me, but it doesn't sound right. I'd have to look at it. I have an entire exit strategy that you can just go read. Sam Strayer. During backtesting, couldn't you control for other oscillators to determine what makes fib inaccurate? Probably. The primary reason for fib's accuracy is it's very popular. So anytime technical analysis or a form of technical analysis becomes popular, it becomes sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy. And so at different periods in time, some types of TA are better than others. And that's a like kind of a cyclical event. No, it's too much work, Mr. Moass. So they're just like from what I'm seeing you guys discuss here, they're just building DD on the basic misunderstanding of how broker to broker transfers work. So eventually Elliott waves back on the menu. No, Elliott waves are more of a trend predictor than they are like intraday, like technical analysis. So they're more about trying to predict where the market will move in a time period. And they're okay when they're used as part of, you know, uh, a more in-depth look into the TA of something, but like I definitely wouldn't rely on them for trading. Can you briefly explain the advantages of buying shares instead of options for Jamie? I have a friend wanting to buy and is asking. Yeah, Stefan. The advantage of buying shares is that it's not a leveraged position. You can wait any amount of time. So you're not paying for the time you own those shares, right? You can just sit on them. So it's much safer. If the stock moves against you, your losses aren't as dramatic. Um, it's probably about it. It's a position you can build over time. Whereas, you know, I mean, you could buy leaps on GameStop. It's probably effectively the same as buying the underlying, but there's still a time limit on those contracts, whereas your shares you own forever. So what is definitely far more risky than the other. The leverage position in options is much greater risk. The further out you buy those options, the less risk you're taking. Serious question. I read your exit strategy, and what would be the best type of order to use to sell during Moass? Read the exit strategy again. If you're asking that question, it sounds like you need to read it again, or go watch the video. You need to determine that each order type has its place, and you need to know how they work. You need to understand when is the best use scenario for each one, and you need to be able to decide that on the fly. Is PiFi comfy keeping his GME shares on WeBull? I don't give a shit. It's only 50 shares. Leaps are far in the money calls, right? No, they're far expiration dates. So like buying like options for like January of 2022, that would be a leap. Right? So you're buying lots of theta. So you have lots of time in the contract. Ooh, crap. Yeah. However, I do not recommend that you hold GameStop shares in WeBull. They are an Apex brokerage, and there could be issues during Moass if your shares are all in WeBull. Will Moass actually hit $1 million a share? Yeah, it's absolutely possible. It could go higher than that. The short interest is definitely high enough that when they say infinite loss is possible, this will be the greatest test in the history of the markets of how high infinite loss can be. The trend just broke down, volume died off. We'll see if it comes back in the later half of the day. What about TD? So TD and Schwab, I've heard, have some like limit sell issues. Like they have like a cap or like a soft cap on what you can sell your shares at. Um, but as far as I know, I mean they're self-clearing. They should be a reliable brokerage. Actually, Secure, do you want to weigh in on that? Because you have TD, right? Or you transferred out of TD? Maybe you have a little more information. Yeah, you have like a that's what it is, not Saculon. You have a 10K limit unless you're calling in. Is it feasible that short hedge funds are or have been closing their positions slowly in the dark pools? They're not closing it in the dark pools. And they're not really closing anything, right? They're covering. They're not getting out of their lender agreements though. Some sus people in here today. It seems that way. But it's fine. I don't mind the barrage of questions. I think maybe there's just a lot of new people. Invite Secure on the stream. Yeah, I heard Burry increased his Tesla position. So I guess he didn't sell when it dipped. Or did he just get a new, larger Tesla position? That's what I'm curious about. Also, the date and the strike. Do you expect more consolidation for a while? Yeah, I'm not really watching AMD right now. NVIDIA's earnings are this week, so I'm sure they'll take center stage in that, market. NVIDIA's like arguably a bigger player. I don't know how their earnings are going to be. I'm definitely not as well researched into NVIDIA as I am AMD. Yeah, it's Tesla positions and puts. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, if he sold his initial play and then bought more, because he was in the money previously, like a lot. So I'm wondering if he's just holding even longer, or if he sold those and rolled it over to a new short position. Isn't it possible that the shorts already covered questions are super suspect today? I'm getting a lot of them. I mean, if you own GameStop at this point, like you should be at least informed that the shorts haven't fucking covered. I don't know. Maybe people are releasing shitty DD again. It happens every once in a while. Most of the UK don't have access to market orders on US stocks. Only sell? What? What do you mean only sell? Well, you don't have access to limit orders? Is that what you mean, Bradostonk? I mean, Chase JP Morgan, really almost too big to fail. They would definitely be one of the last banks to go under. Yeah, retail already owns significantly more than the float. I'm thinking there may be a risk in blue chip puts because the SFT facility will make it so they don't tank, sell off. That's not necessarily true. They'll sell off if sentiment dictates that we're entering a bull market. Tech is super overvalued. Most blue chips are, not all of them. You think AMD earnings action will influence? Yeah, it could, KO. There definitely could be some FOMO. Also, they just split, so the price is cheap, right? People are kind of already excited about that. I could definitely see Nvidia making some moves this week. Only sell, no buy at market. Oh, so you have to limit buy, but you can market sell? It's possible that more people outside of Reddit are looking for confirmation. I don't know what the news cycle on GameStop is right now. I didn't really get a chance to check it out over the weekend. Guys, I understand if you have questions about it. It's just you have to understand a lot of people in here have heard a lot of shit over the last several months, and it's been a rough ride. Close only. Okay, I'm not understanding what the fuck you guys are talking about. I can do limit orders but no stop losses. Okay, so use limit orders. Place limit orders below the price the stock's trading at. I know there's people that can only do market orders, and if that's the case, then yeah, it's rough. You have to try to trade like upticks so that you don't fill at too low of a price. Schwab has apparently come out and stated anything over 9,999 would be placed over the phone. As far as my conversation with TDA, they currently don't have the. Okay, so it's just Schwab that has the limit, but they said they can't guarantee they won't impose one. Interesting. Seeing JP Morgan commercials, that means that they're lowering their credit risk assessment. If you're seeing a lot of JP Morgan commercials, that means they're trying to get new people into the bank so they can give them loans. If you want to hold your shares through Moass and bag hold, then computer share is a great place to put your stock. That's what it sounds like to me. Have you done some research on that front, JFresh? Maybe you want to expand on that? Because I know a lot of people have questions about it today. I don't know if you're busy, but if you're not. Is Fidelity safe? Yeah, I don't see why it wouldn't be. Most of my jewelry are in SoFi. Do you think I'll run into issues? That's a possibility. Hold on 1 second, guys. Yeah, Fidelity's got trillions in assets under management. They're perfectly safe. You think Fidelity will add IEX? I don't know why they would. They don't request they request proof of the shares from the DTCC, but the DTCC ultimately still holds the shares. Any brokerage that uses Apex as their clearinghouse will likely have issues again, like we saw in January. Yeah, I mean, I had a couple options in GameStop and WeBull in January, and I think that was the only Apex brokerage that I had options with. And like, yeah, I couldn't access my account for like about an hour, but once I could, I had no problem. Did I have anything in Robinhood back then? No. Fidelity was down for 2 hours. I mean, everyone was fucked up that day, right? And Moass will be the same thing. Expect your brokerage servers to be down. Expect outages. You know, there's going to be issues. But that, I'm not saying that as a testament to WeBull, right? Like, they weren't, them and E-Trade, and there's another Apex brokerage. Those guys were only down for a brief period of time. Robinhood's the only one out of the Apex brokerages that cut off buying for the whole day. And I think into the next. I don't know. I don't know if you'll have any issues with SoFi. I don't know that much about them as a brokerage. Are they self-clearing? Read computer shares, terms of service. They're essentially a middleman between you and the broker. They reserve the right to wait to bundle your order and sell at market. Jesus. Interesting. Yeah. That's kind of what I figured. Is that it would affect your ability to sell. So yeah, I'm definitely not I'm not putting my stock in fucking computer share. And I feel like a lot of people aren't going to do it, and that kind of leads to it not being useful anyway. So even if you were considering doing it, it's probably a bad idea. December 2015, the Central Bank of Ireland reprimanded and fined ComputerShare €322,500 for a number of breaches of the law related to the certainty of ownership of client assets. Yeah, fuck that. My broker uses Apex Clearing. Apex is like one of the largest clearing houses. Okay, I mean, like, there might be issues, but there's going to be issues everywhere during Moass. The only brokerage I can think of that might make it out unscathed is Vanguard, and that's just because their system is so fucking antiquated that it basically never breaks down. Like, I don't think I've ever seen a failure of Vanguard's like system, no matter what was going on. Even in the like last year during like the COVID crash, my Vanguard account was fine. All my other fucking brokerages were fucked up. I had all kinds of issues getting orders in and logging in. I had to call Fidelity to sell my puts. Although Fidelity since then has been expanding their system, so their system may be, and again since January has been, you know, getting more backup servers and hiring more brokers to help with telephone sales, and so there's a very good chance that Fidelity is much better prepared now than they were. This month has been shockingly dry across the market. And I think that has to do a little bit with, you know, it being August, but also, you know, just sentiment split. We're reaching a point where, like, you know, kind of that bull market is starting to get a little, that mentality is starting to shake. And so we're seeing, like, you know, people are watching all these, you know, negative signs come in over and over and over again, and a little bit of the bull market sentiment is dropping off, and so we're kind of like at an impasse, right? And it'll either go one way or the other. I think it's going to kind of shift back into a bull market for at least a little bit longer. Too much good news on the horizon, but we'll see. The market's definitely due for a crash. It's way overvalued. I think eToro uses Apex, but there's a list you can look up for brokerage clearinghouses. Yeah, Fidelity has fast, which is useful. Didn't they also limit the amount you could sell per day? No, there was no limitations on selling as far as I know. Computer share is such an obvious scam. Yeah, I kind of agree. So E-Trade. Oh, no. E-Trade has self-clearing. E-Trade is not Apex. SoFi is Apex. So SoFi is an Apex clearing brokerage. Interesting. I didn't know E-Trade was self-clearing. But E-Trade had issues in January also, even though they're self-clearing. So why is Dr. T promoting it so much? I don't know. She's not. I don't think she's really on like our side in the sense that we think she is. I think she's got a bigger picture thing in mind. Anyone want to take bets on when RH or Citadel buys computer share, right? Or find out how much ownership they have in them already? I mean, like, if you don't want to sell your shares during Moass, just don't sell them during Moass. They're already registered with your broker under your name if you've held them for any amount of time and you're not on margin or lending them out. So computer share is not really doing anything for you, right? Your broker isn't lending out your shares if you tell them they can't. It's not like computer share is going to change any of that. TDA and TOS on desktop don't have price limits. Okay, good to know. I mean, they're self-clearing. I suppose they're fine. I've never really used E-Trade. They're always offering for me to like start like some sort of weird like social media hedge fund thing that they do, and that makes me like them even less. Yeah, Vanguard's awful. It's super boring, but it's also extremely stable. Like, I'm sure if BlackRock had like public brokerage accounts, everybody would have their fucking shares in BlackRock, right? And Vanguard does, so it kind of makes sense to have shares in Vanguard and Fidelity. I mean, originally Fidelity had a large position in GME, which they sold um, back in January. But I think that was a big reason why Fidelity became the go-to brokerage. They're also rich as fuck. So, like, the odds of them going under are very slim. Who said Citadel got margin called today, Stefan? She sold a bunch of books and got her name out there. She's happy. Yeah, possibly. No, I think she's got a very like fuck the system kind of attitude. Which I respect, don't get me wrong, but like I don't think that really does anything to help trading a short squeeze on GameStop. Are you familiar with the super stonk as sus DD? No. They all just own each other. They're all like essentially similar entities. Once you get to like finance at those levels, everything's tied together for the most part. Does registering with Computershare not remove the DTCC from being the middleman for things like dividend disbursement? I don't think it removes the DTCC. A few people that used to work for them in the audience have reached out to me and explained that it doesn't really do anything except they hold your shares and they sell your shares in blocks, which gives you fucking awful order execution. Is it greedy to make my floor 11 trillion now? A little bit, but good luck. It's gonna be hard. What happened if your brokerage does go under? I don't understand why a brokerage would go under during Moass. They're the one receiving the funds, right? They're not paying the funds out. Opinions on TDA? They're fine. They're like a reputable, solid brokerage. I don't like TD Ameritrade, but that's because I used to have a checking account with them and I hate them. But that's like personal for personal reasons. It has nothing to do with their like ability to execute trades. Doesn't matter which place they keep my money until I invest it. I don't know what you mean, David Hockey. Newer ape here, don't shoot me. What's the DTCC? The DTCC is a self-regulatory organization. So they're essentially like the babysitters of all the hedge funds. Wow, all these people still believe in an NFT dividend. Didn't Robinhood almost go under? No, they had issues though. I've used Fidelity's fast system. It's reliable. The order execution's not very good, but it's reliable. I was saying about the funds. Oh, for Fidelity, I just use cash But I don't think it makes a difference which one. What you do want to do, David Hockey, is you want to call them and ensure that your shares aren't being lent out and that you're not on a margin account. You want to make sure that your account is cash and that your shares aren't being lent out. Sus says he was using Ko-Fi for donations. I use Ko-Fi. It's just like they don't charge you anything. Whereas like if donations go through YouTube, YouTube takes 40%. But thousands and thousands of streamers use Ko-Fi or Patreon or, you know, whatever alternative payment system. I think the issue with Warden was that he put his Ko-Fi in his DD on Reddit. So the idea was like he should get paid for writing DD for the community. And I think that was what people had a big fucking issue with. What bank should I put money into? Moass, Moass, or is multiple banks a thing? Lentil Burrito, as much as I'd love to help you there, man, you really got to talk to a banker. Explain the situation to them, explain what you think is possible. You know, they can set up accounts for you in advance. Thank you so much for that donation, Tiny Danster and S Bash. I missed that one. Thank you guys. If you guys want to ask me a question, make sure you tag me so I can see it. Yeah, absolutely, Dark Side. Little Warden Petite. I don't use E-Trade. I can't speak to their reliability, but they're self-clearing. I'm sure they're fine. Yeah, I have, Daniel. It was okay. It would appear that way. Airship. Do your research, man. Don't ask me. I don't know. I don't even use that brokerage. Probably Jimmy is a FUD. Makes everyone sus. I guess. I don't know. It's all bullshit, right? It's just complete fucking like any FUD or suspect activity is just complete bullshit. If you own GameStop and you believe in the thesis, you don't have to fucking listen to anything, right? Because it'll short squeeze eventually and you'll make money. So technically, like, if you're confident in your position in GameStop, nothing anybody says should be able to sway you from that. What FUD and suspect activity show is that a lot of people are not fucking confident in their position in GameStop at all. They don't think they can win or beat the system. And it makes sense. We don't usually get an opportunity to beat the system, right? But this time we have one. You have to call them, in theory. Call them and disable margin. Tell them you want your account to be cash and that you don't want your shares to be lent out. I mean, it's kind of just still a descending wedge, silicon bleach. But the volume's low and intraday signals on GME are unreliable. The most reliable thing we have is support and resistance on this low volume. WeBull's okay during high volatility events. It's not the best chart. It's definitely the best looking. Not Saculon. Monetizing GME content gets weird when you're clearly pushing to build your own brand or YouTube channel as a way to get rich. Let me fucking tell you, I am not getting rich from YouTube. Not even fucking close. I make 10 times more money trading than I do fucking YouTube. But if you think it's weird or suspect, cat fud, don't fucking watch the channel and support it, right? Because you being in here is driving more people to my channel, promoting me on YouTube's algorithm, right? So you should just leave and fuck off. Make sure you hit the dislike on the way out. We had a resistance at about 163, which is then reversed and become the support when we broke through it around 1030. Yeah, that's correct. Unfortunately, GameStop, the resistances are more set at the options levels because most of what drives the price of the stock on this low volume is delta hedging. And so generally the true resistance level where we'll find support or actual resistance will be where call option OI rests. Or put options, depending on which way we're going. Can you please address the dividend process? People in the chat aren't believing me. What process, Snickers? Are you talking about like the NFT dividend or like them just issuing a dividend? Is there a thing where some of these brokerages don't actually buy the share that you order and they gamble on your investment going down? Yeah, if you have it in a margin account, I think Robinhood has kind of been suspected of doing that. It is also evidence that people on the other side really, really care. We seem to be getting hit with a bunch of it today, right? Fidelity does good phone. Robinhood didn't get margin called in January. That was confirmed by the head of the DCCC at the following House Financial Services Committee meeting. No one got margin called. They might have been about to be margin called, but they did not get margin called, which means that the little boy from Bulgaria is a fucking liar. Thanks, Chris. But I didn't even ban him. He's still in here. I'm not gonna waste my time banning anybody. We could. I mean, I said yesterday I expect us to chop. There's some gamma exposure carryover from last week that we'll probably see play out today and tomorrow. But I expect a few days of chop before volume starts to pick up towards the end of the week. Gotta read the weekly DD, guys. It's all I put it in there. if I'm going to spend like, 6 hours or 7 hours developing my thesis for the following week, at least read it in a non-monetized way. I dropped 20K on AMC today. Is like Mac Cores out of business or something? Is that where all these people are coming from? Well, if you drop 20K on AMC today, Flip Boy, it sounds like you need another 180 grand for like a base model Lamborghini. I'm sick of hearing about imaginary dividends. Yeah, they can't just spring it on people. They have to set a date. It will be in the future. They're not just gonna like end of market dividend. If it's an NFT dividend, they have to, work with any shorts on the stock to ensure that it is provided for them, or any of the share lenders are able to loan out that dividend to short hedge funds. Otherwise, they're going to get sued like Overstock did. People lie all the time. It's the fucking internet. It's the worst and best thing man has ever invented. Pickle NFT. So, Kirk, can we expect an increase in volume come September? If so, does an increase in volume make shorting much harder? Yes. All of those things. So we can expect an increase in volume moving up into September, out of like the summer lull. The market will naturally pick up volume anyway at that point. Increased volume on GameStop does make shorting much more difficult because of the bid-ask spread. It's much easier to bring the price up than down. And then lastly, well, that kind of covers why that's a natural benefit for GME already. So yeah, there you go. I thought it was illegal to lie. Who told you that? Thanks, Jared. Appreciate it, man. No dates, but no, no dates. Three Scoundrels comedy. Yeah, so I missed my entry on HD this morning. Big Dilly style. It was there. It dipped to 328. That would have been the entry. Back here at market open. And I missed that, so there's a good chance it just runs up now. You can't be in every play. Since you've seen Barry, have you tried watching Lovecraft Country? No, I haven't, Elena. What's that on? Is that on HBO? Most of us can't read, dude. This is not true. You just wrote me a sentence. You can't know how to write and not know how to read, right? That doesn't work. Do you think any of the guys involved in this scandal will go to prison? No, but some dude from Credit Suisse definitely will. Is there another huge buy order for 1 cent again? It's just irrelevant, right? It's just somebody with $2,500 putting in giant buy orders at a penny. And then the clearinghouse is just going to kick those orders. It's just like a joke, like a meme. It doesn't mean anything. Or they think they're going to actually fill at that price, which means they're morons. It's a moron doing it. What happened to that top hat super secret DD you're working on? I'm still working on it. It looks better. I'm thinking about things. I'll let you know. That's fair, Dr. K. That's why they have professors, I guess, right? You should know by now I spend all Sunday waiting for your DD, just not to read it, and come here to ask you dumb questions about the DD. And it's the highlight of my day annoying you with it. Brad's GME stream was just shorted. Who's Brad? Who's Matt Kors? Possibly Rick of Spades. We don't know. Adam Aaron's buying a Lambo with Flip Boy's money. Probably. Hey, what's going on with AMC? Nothing. It bounced on VWAP. It's got 60 million volume traded today. GameStop also bouncing on a resistance. A different one. A lot of people think a thesis is what you bring your soup for lunch to work in. Who the fuck eats soup for lunch? At work. I dropped some cash on AMC too. They happen to be $36 puts. You bought in the money puts on AMC? That not advisable currently. They're in here defending the deckman's honor, I guess. It's too late. The honor is tainted. Fucking Dylan. But I don't know. Whatever. Who gives a shit, right? Let them believe whatever they want. It doesn't change anything. As long as they buy and hold, who gives a fuck? An AMC holder's perspective goes like this. Well, if I have more shares of AMC than I do GME, clearly AMC is the better play. Yeah, I think so. I have no idea how one would receive an NFT dividend. Yeah, it looks good if volume comes in right now. We're in a solid spot. We didn't test 161. We tested like 162. What was the low here? 162.60-ish. Yeah, I agree. Just called Fidelity. Additional info. You can do both market and limit orders on Fast System, and there's a $13 fee regardless of order size. Thank you, Nutsaculon. Yeah, they do charge a fee for orders done through Fast. But it's, I mean, it's like an irrelevant amount of money if you're selling during Moass, right? Why is he picking up a twig? That's his stick. It's a whole thing. You gotta hang out in here. Can Jimmy release an NFT of Matt Core's Rick of Spades video as the dividend? That'd be fucking awesome. I'm just gonna keep telling myself that the NFT dividend is coming so I can sleep at night. Whatever makes you happy, man. $161.50 is where I have the resistance. So it's down. You have it down here, like that. Yeah, there's a resistance there. Did Charlie Sheen steal DFE's headband? I think it was Charlie Sheen's headband first, because this is from like the 90s, right? Bad actors in here. Maybe. Who cares, right? We're used to it. Oh, I was kidding. I don't need things to hodl. Good. That's the way it should be. You shouldn't need any fucking bullshit promises. All you should need to know is that the shorts haven't covered, and they haven't. That's it. That's all that fucking matters. Are you able to actually draw Warwick Davis as Willow, poking the price action? That would be helpful and most likely would help Jamie trend upwards. Good to know. Are you saying Charlie Sheen is a bad actor? No. That's not what we were talking about. But yes, also that. What are your thoughts on contingent trade trigger limit orders? If those are placed before Moass and the broker's app site goes down, would they still automatically be placed? It depends on their order flow. I wouldn't use contingent orders for Moass. They're unreliable at best, in my experience. I've had multiple contingent orders fail on me in the past. Like, you know, if I had like doctor's appointments or something and I would set a contingent order and like walk away from a trade, and then the price action would go right through both sides of the contingent order and it would never fill. Mad Mardigan for the win. Yeah, also Val Kilmer movie. Willow's an amazing movie. Why should a broker go belly up? They shouldn't. Well, first YMA, you want to align your humors. If your humors are aligned, it's much easier to hold. Yeah. I think the House decided to shelve banning payment for order flow. Last I heard. Next to the stream, I'm gonna go watch Willow now. All right, Dr. K. I'll see you later, man. It sounds like I would love it, Hales. You cast Runic Glory at the stock to make it go up. It seems it can be kicked almost indefinitely at this point. Why does it seem that way, bowler guy? Because it's taken a long time? I mean, we bought the fucking float, so there's no more float. The volume's drying up. The bid-ask spread is widening at an exponential rate. At this point, even if the shorts are trying to cover intermittently, right? That game has run its course. So, yeah, I don't think an NFT dividend is needed. I think the NFT dividend is just another thing people are hanging their hats on. There's been no confirmation from GameStop. They've released no filings with the SEC. It's just inferred from tweets and bullshit into this theory of what people want to happen. And historically in the past, that hasn't been a reliable way to analyze data on GameStop, right? Remember the shareholders meeting when everyone was all fucking hyped about that? And how he was going to announce the vote. This is just the next iteration of that same thing. I'm not saying they're not doing things with blockchain. But also the idea that somehow in like a couple months they would set up this entire NFT ecosystem and marketplace is absurd. That kind of development could take years. I mean, everyone who's been in here a long time, Jim, knows that I'm leaving during Moass. I'm not going to stream it. But yeah, the new people are freaking out a bit. Looks like we're turning around. Oh. Yeah, geopolitical issues can affect some markets. Yeah, I know, Skona. Calls on Netflix video game division. Don't get me wrong. I understand that this isn't like an easy thing to navigate, right? There's so much misinformation floating around, and it's not even necessarily, and the worst part is it's not even necessarily bad actors, right? It's just people don't really know or understand. And I think that leads to the worst misinformation that the community gets as a whole, right? Because you trust the source, but the information's wrong. How's your FAFSA? 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 Oh, I can't get student loans. if that's what you're talking about. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Will you ever return post-Moass video games or cooking stream or something fun? I might, David. I might. First, I have to get bored with being rich, though. That could take a little while, at least. If they roll over their swaps in September, in theory, we could run up to 350-ish before their contracts end. They couldn't push the price back in the 160 without a new share offering, right? I'll be very interested to see if we see a new share offering or another share offering at GameStop's next earnings call. That would be highly suspicious to me. And I would assume that the SEC, I would definitely concur at that point with my theory that the SEC has a hand in the share offerings. But we'll have to wait and see how that plays out, Ryan, right? If there's no share offering, yeah, it's very likely that we're just going to keep running up. I've been biting my tongue, but I have to bring this up. There's been virtually no ASMR for weeks. What's the deal? JC, I did ASMR on Friday, like 3 times. I was doing all kinds of stuff.
What do you want me to say to you, JC?
What do you want me to whisper in your ear? Your banana DD apparently got you a lot more viewers today. You should start all TA with more super stock level DD now. That was just good fun. Everybody was all fucking tense over the weekend. Also, I like fucking with people. People are getting emotional. Yeah, panic. Occam's razor, buy and hold, shorts haven't covered. Yep. It's really just that simple. There's always a counterparty to every trade. And whatever counterparty it is to the shorts trade is not going to take a loss on behalf of the short hedge fund, right? That's the ultimate deciding factor in forcing the shorts to cover. Oh, for the bank loan? You don't have to fill it out if you're not getting a loan. Only if you're receiving financial aid. I didn't have to fill it out. I hope. Anything that is clearly satire and is not libel. Yeah. Also, a perfect defense against libel suit is the truth. Nice, J Fresh. I have AMC too. Does your GME exit DD apply to AMC? If it squeezes, sure, just ducky. If it doesn't squeeze, no. Awesome, Nano. And yeah, for anybody new looking into the exit DD, write down your own strategy. Write it down, Put it on a piece of paper, hone it, refine it. You have a little more time, right? Use that time efficiently. Make sure that you know exactly how you intend to execute your trades during Moass, what amount of money you expect to walk away from Moass with, you know. Have a plan going into it. And whatever you do, whatever plan you come up with, don't fucking alter that plan. Don't alter it based on things you hear on social media or things people say to you, right? Because everybody you know will want you to sell, and everybody you don't. If you think the FUD game has been strong up until this point, wait until fucking Moass happens. I vote Pigeon Whale Hot Tub Yacht Stream. What do the color bars on your level 2 mean? Nothing. They're supposed to represent order flow, but the data set isn't deep enough for it to be relevant. Although, actually, WeBull added 16 new registries to their level 2 data, I think on the next update, which is really interesting, which means it is, or it will be, the cheapest, best level 2 data available. Because I think it's like $2.99 a month, which, and if they're pulling from 16 exchanges, that's pretty impressive for that price. Because usually level 2 order data with that much information flow is like 50 to 150 a month. So not to advertise to them, but like that's pretty fun. I'm pretty stoked on that. Like having useful level 2 data on WeBull would be cool, or at least moderately useful. Still wouldn't be, you know, the best that you could buy, but Joe Valente, dude, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate all the support that you've helped with this channel and everything, man. You've been great. I definitely have 2 GameStop shares from you, so thank you so much, man.
Hey dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo Money sucks.
Make sure you hit me up over on the Discord, dude, and I'll get you added to the country club, man. You can become bored of being rich, of course. Like everything, it becomes mundane eventually. Oh man, I'm really far behind on chat. Do you think Ken watches your streams? I don't know. I'm sure some Citadel interns watching all of them. Yeah, if you got federal student loans, then you have to consent to being included in the draft. But if you got that degree, like you're less likely to get shot if you do get drafted, right? Your exit strategy, GG, is more or less based on trading volume. Do you think it will be exponentially larger than January or similar? I think it'll be similar, but I think it'll play out much more slowly, Christian. So I think over the course of the squeeze, the volume will be probably higher than it was in January, but it'll
it won't happen at the same rate, right? Because like if people don't sell, then no volume is going to occur, right? They have to keep jumping the bid. So I think we'll spend a lot of time with bid jumping and halting occurring. Whoa, GameStop just went totally flat. Gold, although gold generally performs well in high inflation, I think the last time that we really saw high inflation, there wasn't cryptocurrency. And so I think that robs gold a little bit of its value. And then also, gold fairly common. I think there's businesses that you can invest in that thrive during inflation or inflated economies. And so like retailers tend to do really well because the price of the goods is passed on to the consumer. And so inflation is thereby passed on to the consumer. I would look into businesses that are, using this time right now and have used the last several months to deploy a lot of capital into growth, because that growth will then be reflected post-inflation at a higher value. Pirate, you look more like a flooring inspector. It's true, we don't know the floor, and that's why I left out pricing, right? Like I left pricing out of my exit strategy because we just don't know how high it can get, but the trends can tell us when it's nearing those highs. Yeah, you have to register for selective service when you sign up for financial aid or student loans. I can tell you all about military service with a degree. Step one is to join the Air Force. If Moass starts during a stream, will you shut off the stream? Yeah. About to get some more Heinz. Nice. Yeah. Kraft Heinz historically has done well during periods of high inflation, as has like Coors, Budweiser, prisons. Prisons do really well in depressed economies. How about fast food chains like Chipotle? Actually, I think you would see probably a shift away from like fast casual chains like Chipotle and more growth in like cheaper places like McDonald's, Wendy's, Burger King, stuff like that. Fast casual food's more of a product of people being able to afford like a little extra, right? But I don't think people are going to want to pay for, $13 cold burritos when they're broke. Is there anything you yourself still need to prepare before Moass? Or are you just waiting? I'm just waiting. I might buy more GameStop. Thinking about buying a little bit more. Hmm. Interesting, Majo. It wasn't really paying. Yeah, McDonald's isn't that cheap anymore. I mean, none of them are, right? Inflation. But they have like value menus, right? Like that idea, like the value menus and stuff, those really do well during depressed economies. Like if you look after 2008, they did really well because of that. What are your thoughts on lower floors, such as 100 to 300K a share? Again, don't know, Stefan. Can't tell you where it's going to end up until it ends up there. I would say that the growth into the millions is definitely possible based on the amount of short interest. Like, more than likely. The number of people holding at that point, very small. For members, do you run through Exit DD as a simulation? Like, are you using paper trading account for VW squeeze? You can use paper trading on TDA, I think, and go like trade VW squeeze if you want. I don't. That's not like the membership isn't really about GameStop, right? Most people that are members, I would say the majority of people that are members are just doing it to support the channel, which is super fucking cool. And then some of them are really interested in trading, like as like learning about trading as a profession, and that's what like the Billionaires Country Club is. There's not really all that much discussion about like GameStop in there. Like we have a public GameStop channel. Generally, any information I have about GameStop, I don't put behind a paywall. Like there's nothing behind a paywall about GameStop, right? And the only reason there's a paywall for the Billionaires Country Club is because it creates a barrier to entry for people that want to discuss that one thing and don't want to deal with an endless stream of shit posting. Are you excited to be infinitely wealthy and to change the world you live in? Kind of am, Bob Lewis. I mean, you can always talk to the people that choose to be members in here and ask them their reasoning, Girk does host his OnlyFans behind a paywall, though. You shut your mouth, Eric. An endless stream of JFresh posts. Well, JFresh is a billionaire now, so they're just going to have to deal with him. But, hopefully he gets his wife back today. That'd be cool for him, Maybe. Are bread and butter or pickles a crime against humanity? They're not my favorite. I would become a member, but I wasted all my money on GME and the mayo dip. And mayo dip? Nice. I want to imagine that somewhere out there's someone just buying tons of mayonnaise and eating it in the hopes that they can somehow deplete, like they're going to raise the margin. So if you buy all the mayonnaise, right, you create like more demand, raising the price of mayonnaise, right? And if we raise the price of mayonnaise, does that raise or lower Citadel's margin requirements? Find out next week in the Mayo due diligence. The mold cultivation's going well, actually. They're starting to bud, or whatever that is that mycelium do. They're looking very nice. You don't... One doesn't just kill fine Italian mold. I mean, you can always check out the VOD when you have some free time, Chris. That was the epic pen behind Charlie Sheen. I just drew Mayo with an up and then Citadel with a down. That's all it was. It wasn't very impressive. I've never visited Russia. That's a lot of mayo. I just want to imagine that there's one guy out there that believes that theory, and that's what he's doing with his time. Since unemployment increased their wages up 25%, I didn't hear about unemployment going up 25%, but I did hear about food stamps going up 25%. But it's probably a little bit of both. They're catching up previous inflation and also trying to price in current. But if they did that with unemployment, the same would be true. I will never crank the heater. This is cold grown wheat mold. It's grown in the cold. Yeah, I'm getting rid of the mold. Jesus Christ, it's a joke. Miracle Whip is FUD. Snap benefits, yeah. Yeah, there's some mold in my house right now. That's being dealt with. They're gonna have somebody come in on the weekend and abate it. Calm down. I don't think anyone's died from mold unless they had like a pre-existing condition. No, I wasn't, Dark said. No, I didn't forget to pay the heating bill. I don't like being hot. I run my air conditioner all year. Summer, winter, fall, spring, doesn't matter. I hate being fucking hot more than anything. It's good we don't want a multi-pickle. I know. Sure, bro, rates up. Concrobium. Interesting. New fails data is spicy. That's exciting. But it's from last month, so it's kind of not relevant now, right? You're so hot. Thanks, Silence of the Deads. You're hot too, bro. Considering membership levels, can you summarize the difference between Long Johnson and Dillionaire? Long Johnson accesses the weekend members only stream, my good bean, and Dillionaire has access to that and the private Discord. Where, you know, we talk about things like day trading and value investment. There's a DD discussion channel. There's like scanners, penny plays, crypto, options, swing plays. There's like a technical analysis, like learning room. I talk about like the stocks I'm looking at every week in there. I've thought about it. It's not that I don't have the motivation to do it. It's just like a lot to record, and I've had very little time to do that. Stefan. I would like to, though. If I could find, you know, I mean, I do this 6 days a week, and then on the 7th day, I spend all day writing DD and filming the weekly DD video and, you know, going through like what stocks I'm looking at for the week. And it's a pretty full day. Answering questions. Like the questions I get on stream are just a portion of the questions I get every day. And I do try to answer everyone's. If you've ever asked me a question on Reddit, you've probably gotten an answer. Do you tip the mold removal people? I don't know. I'm not really employing them. Maybe. If they do a good job and they don't interfere with my life too much, I might. On the 7th day, he rests. I don't rest. There's no rest for me on the 7th day. I fucking wish. Given what you said in the trade spotting interview, you need to be a skilled trader to get out of Moass successfully. What percent of retail do you think will realistically get what they want out of it? I think the people in here who have, you know, paper traded and practiced and read the exit DD and have a plan, I think they will have a much better shot than people that don't, right? Then people are just like there's an entire crowd of people that are like, what exit strategy? And some of those will do well, some of those will do poorly. It will depend. But I would say it's a small percentage of everyone who owns GameStop, very small, that will realize the maximum potential for gains from the squeeze. Unfortunately, I mean, all of this most of this channel and most of my content is all about improving those odds for people to really make sure that people have the ability to take advantage of this literal one time situation. Not even once in a lifetime, just one time. Silence of the Dance. Carl for mod. Good to know. What's Carl up to? Is he chugging the red away? My good bean, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate the support. I hope you find value in the membership, man.
Hey, dude, welcome to the...
Oh, what did it do? Fucking shorten my song again.
Hey, dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo Money sucks.
On the 7th day, he said, let there be DD. Okay, so what did Carl do? Everyone's chanting Carl. Oh, Carl rebought the Pigeon Whale membership. Dude, my fucking man. Thank you so much for the support, dude. I really appreciate it. Praise be to VWAP, sir. When's the next chugging video being released? You know what? I'll give you 2.
Coo, a coo, a coo.
What is that? What did I just click on? Just don't paper hand. Pretty simple stuff. It's easy to say that now when the stock's at $165. Much harder to say that when it's at like intergenerational wealth levels. Everyone's, you know, resolve is steeled and strong until the price goes up. Not really up. The up's not the issue. It's the little bit of down. That instantaneous fear of possibly losing it all on like one red candle. Ooh, that gets people. That's the thing you need to be ready for. Kenny's at it again. Does closed captioning not show up for live streams? I don't know. Tunes. Sorry, the volume should be pretty good. Yeah, I know. I've definitely seen you in here quite a few times. 10 million floor for me. I hope so, man. I really do. I really hope everyone fucking sells at 10 million. Fuck the economy. We can rebuild it however we want, right? I'm just going to sell 100% of my position right when Moass starts so I don't have to stress. Carl for mod. No Carl for mod. He's busy drinking the red away, and we need him for that. You're correct, David. I appreciate the donation, dude. I thought he was gonna try doing a pricier bottle, right? Like a higher class rosé, maybe like a $6 bottle this time. Even if you do not stream Moass, can we get some audio clips of you telling us not to panic? I'll think about it. Maybe I already have a like video loaded and ready to go. We will try a dark horse red wine, and I have the honor of picking out the slam song for tomorrow. Oh man, this is exciting. Okay, I'll let you know after the stream. I have to do some technical analysis. Now I'm scared today. Can we get that do not panic and Amber Alert style? An ASMR meditation of Pi-Fi saying, "It'll be okay." Shh.
Rachel B. Star. It'll be okay.
There, you can clip that now and use it forever. You have all rights to that 15 seconds. Calm down, Han. Put it in your pants. When we meet Want to meet up at Jimmy Performance Center to practice Moass selling? It moved again. Well, yeah, but not in the way we wanted. There's still no volume. We have to wait for volume. Hold on. James G, thank you so much for the upgrade to Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate it. For all of you guys that are new members today in the Dillionaire Country Club, make sure that you hit me up on the Discord so I can get you added. You can do it yourself. If you just have to link your YouTube and Discord, but if you're having any issues, let me know.
Hey dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo Money sucks.
Is everyone just letting the coo noise we all just heard go by the wayside? What the fuck was that you clicked for real though? I don't know, man. Apple has massive OI at 150. Interesting. Okay, so they just have a percent range from current bid. That's the same as Fidelity, but Fidelity's is 600%, Reese. Why don't you ask them, a better question to ask them is, what is the percent range that their clearinghouse will accept based on the current bid price? Because that gives you a much better idea of where you can place your orders. Apple all-time high 150. Cool. Good for Apple. They're fucking great at making money. That's actually, I would argue that the thing Apple is best at making is money. Play the dumpster cooing noise whenever someone paper hands their Pigeon Whale membership. Oh no, Pigeon Whale is for life. You don't understand. If you paper hand your Pigeon Whale membership, you get banned from everything. And then if you show up under a new name, we make fun of you for being poor and financially irresponsible. Hand banan what? Han, blood in, blood out. Rip. Oh no, I'm not getting made fun of by strangers on the internet. Brine in, brine out. Michael Burry just went short on ARK. See, I hate him, but then he goes and does stuff like that. Any stocks been affected by the Afghanistan situation that you've noticed? I haven't really been paying attention to any like military stocks, but you can check it out. If Biden comes out today and says we're going back in, they're all gonna rip super fucking hard. Maybe GameStop too. Why doesn't Ryan Cohen get a deal to put GameStops on, you know, forward army bases? That'd be fucking genius. I gotta stop giving away my ideas for free. Dude, I don't think anybody buys more fucking physical game media than people in the military. Like, you want to sell Switches, PS5s, and Xbox? That's the fucking place to do it, man. Bulk Xbox controllers for drone strikes? Jesus. They already are on some bases? Pigeon whales. Spartan Nash on earnings this week. They're a grocery distributor on military bases. Interesting. It could be a good play. Watch it. Do some research if you have time. 13 Fs are due today. Yes. All the 13 Fs have to be finalized today. After market close, I believe, though. Burry added even more puts on Tesla. I need to dig more into this because I need to know if he sold, because he was fucking way up. So if he didn't sell, then he must really think Tesla's not worth shit. Might be spurt time. I'm waiting for it to go lower. Below, I'm looking below 750. And if the trend looks like it's going to continue down, I'm looking below like 7. So I'm looking for a bottom, right? To buy in at. Especially if I have to get fucking options. I want the IV to come down. IV kind of spiked a little bit on last Friday. Has Melvin submitted a 13F? I think they dodged it once already this year. I don't know if they will. I think he sold and re-upped. He was so far in the money on those. Because I think they were at like 600 or something. It would be insane if he didn't. Block Hanbadan from the actual hot tub stream to test or resolve his pigeon whale. That's so fucked up. I just bought a weekly RTX call just in case Biden comes out with Fortunate Son playing in the background. Lockheed's up today. Congressman is buying it early. We wouldn't know. It's too early for the end of day poll, multi-blues. I'm gonna actually take a step away for a quick second and get some more coffee because I need some. Willism says 35% of portfolio is Tesla puts as of 6:30. God, I love the resolve that man has. He doesn't fuck around. He doesn't diversify. He just goes all in with giant fuck yous on his bear sentiment. I know he's a whack job, but he'll be right. Watch. That's the funniest thing about it. If he's that in on it, he knows something's gonna happen bad for Tesla. $1.1 million puts? Jesus Christ. I can't wait to play that game. Making money on UWMC today? What? Is it doing things? Hold on. Holy shit. It went up. It never does this. That's crazy. Still no volume, but it's up. You can find out what strikes he has. Like an 08. Yeah, I mean, if he's up to 1.1 million in puts, or that's not dollars, that's contracts. Well, I don't like Elon Musk either, so now he's trying to sell everyone fucking Dogecoin. I mean, I have shares, Iron, but I'm not really like paying attention to it. It's cool. I mean, if it goes up enough, I'll sell. I'm not that interested in holding UWMC for a long time, but I have like a price target in like the $25-$30 range. What would it mean if we saw a massive spike in volume and increase in price on GME? Would that be an indicator Domino's might be starting to fall? Oh, you mean like this morning? No, not really. It's 1.1 million shares worth of puts. Oh, okay. Thank you, Cornub. That's not as impressive. Yeah, I'm gonna go get more coffee. I'll be back. We're back above VWAP though, which is super awesome. I'll see you guys in a second. Hello. I'm back. Reverse repo is above $1 trillion again. That's cool. Pineapple mukbang? It's disgusting. I'm not allergic to RRP. I just don't think there's a strong correlation with GameStop. At least not a strong provable correlation yet. Ray, volume, price spike, not necessarily this morning. What volume? It died off though, right? I think the point is that we moved up $20 on no fucking volume, right? Neo V. So what's the point in talking about it? This is some bio play. Typical bio bullshit. Cool. If you guys are in it, I hope you make money. Don't chase it. You'll lose it all. I've said before that no volume, it's not that no volume is a catalyst, but it indicates that a catalyst is incoming. How has everybody been in this for this long and they don't understand what the squeeze is? Or why do you not understand why they call it a squeeze? What do you think the motivation behind this short cover intraday cycle is? It's called price suppression, Ryan Cohen. Update from Schwab. Clearinghouse accepts day order 3 times the quote. Good until cancel is 20 times the price. Oh, there you go. And we're about to move up $200 more. I can as soon as I'm done chewing Frog Unleashed. So this process increases the float size, right? This process decreases it. If we were liquid, that would mean that there is plenty of liquidity in the float. The float has plenty of shares available to be bought and sold. But because we're illiquid, that indicates there's not a lot of float left, right? Synthetic or real, right? And this is the synthetic. We haven't just bought the 58 million real shares, right? All the rehypothecated and synthetic shares have also been bought. Because these add to the float, right? That's one of one of the reasons they have an inflationary value. One of the reasons that they are so good at reducing the prices because they make the stock more liquid, right? By increasing the float size and create dilution. And so we've bought all of that. So the illiquidity and the big wide bid ask spread means that we are buying shares at a faster rate than they can create them, right? And they're not creating nearly as much as they once did. So that's the indicator of a catalyst, is that the shorts are being squeezed between kind of two pressure points right now. They have the gamma ramp above them and retail buying below them. And they have a very small number of shares to play the price suppression game with. And it would also indicate that the capital that they're able to deploy to suppress the price is also drying up. So I hope that helps. Frog Unleashed. Can you explain what a share is? Fuck you, Spartan. What's my opinion on computer share? It may be the first thing that I've truly considered FUD. It's FUD. Don't do it. It's a bad idea. I don't care what Susan Trimbath wants us to do with our stock. Most likely the 1 minute max. I'm sure the volume would be high enough that that's sufficient. But I'll probably confirm trends on the 5. What is Rick of Spades? I want to know. I don't know. Emission Nocturnal. Thank you so much for the upgrade to Dillionaire, man. I appreciate that. Hit me up over on the Discord, and I'll be sure to get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club, and thank you for all the support.
Hey dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo Money sucks.
Ooh, fun. Thank you, Greg M. I just want to let you know, whatever sound bed that is, exudes. You need to learn how to spell exudes, Super Ninja. Flaming dumpster filth. As it should. Matt Core is unironically hoping for an intraday cup and handle on AMC. Too funny. No, I was never a DJ. Look at all these shills in here today. Fuck off, shills. God. I thought they all went away after I reamed out that other dickhead. I mean, aminate? Why can nobody spell the words they want to use? Could you elaborate on one computer share is FUD? I have some ideas. I'm curious to see why you think so too. It was my gut feeling it was FUD. I mean, anything that puts an additional layer between you and your brokerage seems like a terrible fucking idea, right? We've spent all this time transferring to Fidelity to have the best execution and now we're just gonna throw all that aside and fucking register our shares with some company that's been not only fined in the past for obfuscating ownership of securities by their members, but additionally has it in their terms of service that they can sell your stock whenever they fucking want to, right? Do we even know anything about ownership in computer share? Who the fuck owns these guys? I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. There's no due diligence done. Well, if you don't plan on selling your shares, just keep them in your fucking account, right, Ryan? Pretzel tits? I haven't seen you in a while. Where you been, man? The Mo Money and Banana Boys stuff in your post last night have the shills upset. Good, fuck them. Company will take so long to form. While something like a wedge can be observed several times intraday. Short versus long-term psychology. Yes, Action Lime, that's correct. It's spelled Worcestershire. Worcester? Sure. Worcestershire. It's all just... It's very easy. It's not Worcestershire or Worcestershire or Worcester sauce. Ugh. Yeah, no one's gonna do it, right? So like, what's the fucking point? The second like 50 people were like, I'm not gonna do that. That defeats the whole purpose of whatever they wanted to do there anyway, right? I mean, I don't give a shit, right? I wasn't kink shaming. I just want to know who Rick of Spades is. Whatever they want to do with their bananas is fine. Fine by me. Worcester is pronounced Wooster? Ew. Why is today's stream called second part of Moass? No, it's called Moass Monday, part 2. This is the second possible Moass Monday. Do you plan on market sells or limit sells? I'll use the appropriate order type for the price action as I see fit. Ride Doctor Die. Before you see that I paper handed my billionaire status, I'm working on moving to a new YouTube account after my membership is over for privacy reasons. For sure, Ryan Pretzel Tits. You did kind of reveal your real name in here forever, so that's fair. On your Reddit post for today, your edit 6 says, found our way back above VWAP. We are definitely well positioned on the current trend for another test of... Oh, it should be 170. Did I type 179 by accident? Oops. Thank you. Just a typo. They matter so much when you're dealing with this kind of stuff. End of day 169 be cool. He's in a sub-only chat. I've been outsmarted. Probably because of all the have you seen this DD questions. If Moass is today, I'll donate money to a random pigeon whale. Awesome. What platform do you recommend for paper trading the VW squeeze? TDA, I think Thinkorswim doesn't seem to support it. That's the only one that I knew of that supported it. You can go back and buy the minute data, Emperor 5000, and then you know, attempt to trade it yourself. If I can print it out, I guess. I don't know where you can replay it. You made me mad paranoid at the exit strategy now. I was planning on selling on the way up. I mean, you can do that, but you'll just miss out on gains. For sure. The one thing you don't want to hear during your vasectomy. Any more AMC apes in here? Who knows? No, they're up like 7% today. They're probably freaking out over their $3. TDA does support it. You have to use the desktop version. Oh, there you go. There's your answer. Use the desktop version and use the on-demand function. Thank you, ABN Army Vet 87. Resident TDA specialist. Wonder if he works with Daniel Taylor. I've got some AMC. Cool. Me too. Although, I kind of want to sell it. I have to figure out my password. If theta is 0.61, does my option lose? It loses 0.61 per tick. Per tick of theta. And theta ticks faster and faster as you get closer to the expiration. Mads. The rate at which theta decays increases as you move towards the expiration date. That was spectacular. Well done. Thanks, Action Lime. Okay, yeah, you might have to buy it. I don't know. Ask Army Vet. You could probably go talk to him in the Discord if you want to, or like at him over there or something. He seems to know how to do it. IEX GUME market share slowly creeping up. Cool. Moonwin. Oh, Moonwin. It will come. Don't worry. Pack, what did I miss? Stonky Tonk 8000 poster. What would be your indicator that Moass has begun and that you're going to stop streaming? Like first trading haul or once you hit 1,000? Or will you just feel it out? I'm going to feel it out, Christian. I like that you left me that option. Yeah, I'm going to feel it out. Ember 5000, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, dude. I appreciate that, man. Robinhood sold 3 of my GME calls per their 0 DTE policy, but now they used up all my day trades. I have a cash account in WeBull, but still, let my story be a warning to you. Yeah, Robinhood will fuck you on options, especially on 0 DTA. Fucking hate it. Robinhood's just the worst broker. They just suck. They're suppressing the price by spoofing 250,000 shares at a penny? No. That's just some asshole. That doesn't have any effect on the clearinghouse is just going to kick the orders. It's irrelevant. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't have any effect on the price whatsoever. It is 250,000 shares to alter 13 Fs. No, they're literally some guy with like $2,500 in his brokerage account, just hitting the like putting in the limit order for a penny. Here, I'll do it, and then you guys can understand. So, limit price 0.01. There, 10,000 shares at 1 penny. Day extended or stop limit. See, there's my order. Wait, no, it's not. It'll pop up. Give it a second. Oh, they canceled it already? Seriously? Bullshit. All right, well, WeBull was pretty quick to cancel it. Dicks. You're getting all this 250K penny nonsense because idiots keep posting on Reddit about it? Figures. Yeah, depending on the clearinghouse, some kick them faster than others. But yeah, it kicks them. Try it again. Oh, kicked. Yeah. This is going to keep kicking him. Oh, well. Yeah, but it's not going to fill. It's ridiculous. I mean, someone on retail is doing that VWAPs here. Like on the retail side is doing that. I know, Peanuts. Have you seen the posts about Say Technologies, Sticky Floor being bought by Hood, and the conspiracy theories? Do you think there's validity? What's Sticky Floor stock? You don't have to use that kind of weird terminology in here, KO. I'm not going to ban you for just saying the name of a ticker. You can bring up whatever ticker in here you want. AMC? Robinhood's going to buy AMC? Or they're buying like the company that AMC shareholders registered their shares with, right? Is that what you're referring to? Use the proper double speak, please. Yes. Oh, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't mean anything to me. I don't fucking care what happens with AMC. Could be important to GME if people are registering their shares with fucking CompuShare. How much is CompuShare worth? Can they be bought? That's the beauty of having your shares in Fidelity is no one's buying them out, right? They're worth fucking $11 trillion. Hmm. Here come the shorts. Volume's picking up a little. We just got a big dump of retail orders for the day. FINRA, I think, right? Jesus Christ, how high can the SPY go? Only up. Dan Dividend. Only up. Up and then up some more. And just when you think it's going to go down, it'll go back up. Talk about the company being bought has access to the people that voted brokerage accounts now. Seems pretty tinfoil hattish to me. I don't know, AMC. I'm curious if that makes sense somehow. I don't know. Maybe they just want to buy them because they're like a share registry or something, or they handle voting. Fuck if I know. There could be 100 reasons though why Robinhood wants to buy them that have nothing to do with AMC, or it could have everything to do with it. Let it be known that your stream has reunited high school friends. What a time to be alive. Oh, awesome, dude. That's super cool. What's my opinion on the whole moving average? I don't use it. That's fine. What are you using it for? It's a bit old. I wonder if we're going to hold the VWAP here or not. It's not looking great. Just really... I prefer like ADX or Stotch, like stochastic RSI. You can use it. I don't like moving averages that much on. I definitely don't like them on GameStop because they're super. There's a lot of noise in the moving average on GameStop. Makes it a little more unreliable, or long term at least. As a buy sell highlighter, but I just started using it. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, Bollinger Bands or like a closer trailing average. I'd prefer ADX or DMI. Like DMI and ADX, I think is a better trend indicator. Have you scrolled down on the level 2 order book, or is that just dry? It's scrolled down. Do you have time to touch on the cell types and the pros and cons of each? No. But you should take some time and look them up. And there aren't so much pros and cons for each one. There's just best use case scenarios. So you need to kind of learn them in and out. And I'd go over it on stream, but it'd be very time consuming. I do kind of go over it in the exit DD. I explain what each one does, and there is a place for each one of them during Moass, but it's also, I can't really advise you in a strict sense how to exit a position, like legally. And so, yeah, my hands are kind of tied on that one, man. I suggest you follow the instructions in the exit DD and look into each of those definitions. I think I provided links. And that'll give you a better idea of best use case. Probably not. Yeah, I'm sure they want the data. Thank you, Han. Shows a bunch of them. Shows NASDAQ. And I think I don't know if I need to wait for the update or if it's already updated. But it's supposed to, their level 2 order book's supposed to be getting a bunch more data, which probably means they'll just end up charging more for it in the future. Investopedia has now become my first stop before asking Gherkin a question. Either I get a clear answer or I get a better question to ask on the topic. Yeah, I mean, Investopedia is a great resource for getting the basics of shit, definitely. What are your thoughts on deep out of the money calls getting more expensive later in the year? It is bullish. It means IV's increasing. Market makers are predicting a move. Covering Pickles' ass. I mean, I'm not getting back in it at 785. It didn't hit 750, so no. One second. Computer shares publicly traded CMSQY. Oh, cool. Makes them easier to buy out. I only saw the pros and cons of the buy types. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. Yeah, you have to research them to figure out best use case. Ride or die. And the pros and cons do a pretty good job at telling you which one's best at what points. Maybe long lost friendships being discovered in here was the catalyst we needed. I hope so, Carl. I'm glad that your bromance has been reignited. I'd want nothing less for you. Age-old Titan, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude. I appreciate the membership, man. Hit me up on the Discord, and I will be sure to get you added to the country club after the stream.
Hey dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo Money sucks.
I hope that pissed off that guy again. I win. No, Han was first. Wait, hold on. I have it on top chat. Oh, the news media never has any idea what's going on with stocks. They just like, they have like column A, which is like the ticker. And column A, and then column B is random event. And they just choose one of these and one of these, and then they're like, oh, this is up because this. And that's the whole article. They're all wondering what a billionaire is. Awesome. Tell them. Be like, you know about this stock GameStop? It's pretty cool. Could there be some power in Power Hour? There could be. News media is for entertainment purposes only. I love the phrase up on news of. It's a good one. Yeah, no problem, Rider. ACP makes it look like there was a 97K volume candle at 145 and gap up of $2. Seems about right. If we look, I'm sure there's a gap up. And today's like earlier run up. Yeah. There's a couple. This one. Yeah, that was really the only significant one. We gapped several times through here, though. Ugh, look at the volume. Gross. Cat looking interesting. It's looking okay. I didn't get the entry I wanted. Like, in it, I got in at like 215 for 220. But, like a little green. Right? Not much. I'm up like 4%. Yeah, Home Depot's looking good. Hope you guys are making money. Just remember, it's always good to take profits, especially if you're up a lot. If someone say won the lottery and 100 million, could they buy enough options to trigger a massive gamma squeeze into Moass? If so, how? They can just buy in the money options and push the price of the stock up. Doubling Moass before average volume becomes 1 million. Give it 50-50. Possibly. Why is my head so tiny? There we go. SPY hitting record highs again. Of course it is. Win Twitch? I don't know. I have the channel like set up. I just haven't fucking streamed on it. I started a 12-week program diet exercise a virtual trainer. I wonder if we'll finish before Moass, which would be good because I'll go right to St. Bart's. Awesome. Good for you. Comically small Gherk is best Gherk. Are short hedge funds buying deep out of the money puts? Probably. It's usually what they do. Let's find out. Yeah. Getting tired. I'm not sure if I slept last night. I think I did, but I remember being awake a lot. Which is it's a weird feeling. Oh yeah, absolutely wrestle my jimmies. No, just like shitloads of calls today. Fucking $16.7 million in calls. It's almost like 3-to-1 call to put ratio. So they're buying some in the money puts, but not in numbers even remotely relevant. Jesus. Long side playing a rip. It is bullish. Starting to look like AMD a couple weeks ago. 75% calls. Can't believe we've been watching this ticker for 8 months now. Time flies when you're going sideways. Well, first we went up a bunch, right? I just found some new DD on AMC on Matt Core's stream that might change the game for AMC. An actual donated comment. I like AMC because it's almost like ABC. Very easy. Oh, Jesus. The thing I hate most is that when GameStop rips, those people are going to make like a little bit of money. I think that's the worst thing that comes from this. Like Matt Kors is going to make a little bit of money. Shouldn't this be a buy the rumor sort of situation? The rumor being Jimmy smashes their earnings predictions, but we have no evidence that they're going to smash their earnings prediction. I mean, yeah, I guess, but I don't think that's why the stock's going up or why there's more interest. It has nothing to do with their fucking earnings. GameStop's earnings, even if they're good, are still going to be garbage. They are not yet the e-commerce powerhouse that they intend to be, right? So their earnings are kind of inconsequential during this transitionary period. How big do you think GME volume? Long Johnson's. Once we get up into the peaks, it's not going to be so erratic. Any thoughts on BB bag holder here? Yeah, keep holding. It might squeeze again. If GameStop squeezes, BlackBerry might squeeze a little bit more. That's probably your best chance of getting out. Sunwix, or just hold. They have like a good looking future valuation. It's just not realized yet. Oh yeah, he makes a shitload of money. All the like big YouTubers make fuck tons of money. Yes, when. Jesus. What my power hour of the song? This is the content I don't pay for. That's right. Why does he keep doing that? When you get your Moass tendies, will you start smoking cigars, grow a mustache, and wear a monocle? I might, Dennis. I know it's high though. Like, so your position in Blackberries at 16. Well, you've learned a lesson. Don't chase. And then pray to God it goes back up. I guess if you have enough of a position, you could sell covered calls on it to try to make back some of that loss. Oh, he doesn't own any AMC. He's just being a troll. JPO said GME earnings are transitory, and I believe him. AMC is still in the NYSE? I don't think AMC trades on NYSE, does it? I'm not sure. Oh, you know where it says, no, it's not there. Hold on, I can look it up. Oh, it is on NYSE, yeah. It's on NYSE. Hands pregnant still? Yeah, with a little baby Dan. Executive voted on the top question to make it seem like there's a higher average. I'm dumb. It's probably a dumb theory. That's awesome, Brad, with the Y. I hope she does that for you. Yeah, I'll get one up, Abel. I don't know. I didn't know fucking where AMC was traded. Why would I know that? Put Stick Boys on the screen. Where's Stick Boy? Yeah, where's Book of Dan Part 3? What's going on with that? You far exceeded your deadline. Any guests coming on this week? No, I don't think so. Just hanging out with you guys. At least I don't have anything arranged. Super Stonker doing interviews again. Goody. Doesn't look like Warwick Davis and Willow, but that's fine. You should talk to Lauer. Yeah, I'd love to have Lauer on here. That'd be great. Please do not interview the viewers. Are you embarrassed on their behalf, Paradoxical? I'll talk to Lauer for you. I got you. All right, Carl. Good luck, man. You have 1K people watching at any given time. That's more than CNBC. Such is the life of a high-frequency trader, Skoda. Opinions on potential squeeze of metamaterials coming soon. Volume driving up. Possibly catalyst. Could happen. I don't like that stock. It's erratic, and it's Wall Street Bets is all over it like fleas. I don't feel like being the bag holder for some hedge fund that's manipulating Wall Street Bets. I've read Exit DD a couple of times. One thing I still don't get is being able to tell the difference between a wedge in the ascent and at the peak. Wedges shouldn't form during the ascent if forced liquidation is occurring. But if you don't like the price, don't sell there, right? And if it's during the ascent and a wedge forms, then that wedge will most likely break to the upside, right? So then, you know, a stop limit protects you from the possible downward movement. We could fund an hour with Bruce. I'll pass. No, I don't encourage pickle fests. We're in the middle of a pandemic, so I'm trying to hang out. Thanks, Random Dan. Pickle fest sounds like a real sausage fest. Yeah, that too. Anything happening later this year that might put us on a more likely side of Moass? No. We're already on the more likely side of Moass. I mean, things could happen, but who knows if they will or not. Should I fly across the country to stop him? It's up to you. He's trying, alright? Give him a chance. We're only down like 20 cents from where I drew him. It's nearly impossible for Moass not to happen. Yeah. Not only, I mean, it's definitely highly improbable. Never say impossible. But, yeah, very, very, very statistically unlikely that Moass won't occur. Especially if what's going on continues. I'm doing okay, Progress Bar. Thank you. And how are you? Are you almost full? Or do you just spend your life sitting at 98%? Tell me, I'm curious. If Stefan smiles through red candles, so can I. Damn straight, Action Lime. JR, laugh. You're doing it wrong. Probably new super sock trend is to declare whale teeth a fun campaign. What? How dare they? Fuck them. Why the fuck would whale teeth be a fun campaign? It's meaningless. But computer share, putting your shares in computer share, not a fun campaign. Whale teeth fun campaign. Oh. Just. Whales are scary. Did you see the gif of the squeeze on Kalo Bios in 2015? Took 5 days to complete on 44% SI. No, I didn't, but I'll definitely check it out. Can you DM that to me, Miristan? There's no point to computer share. That's FUD. Fucking whale teeth are FUD. People are idiots, man. FUD campaigns are FUD campaigns. Yeah. God, why is everyone so fucking hyped up and crazy sometimes? They're just whale teeth. No, I mean, they're not meaningless. They mean something to Peanuts. They mean the world to Peanuts. And Peanuts is an ape he buys and holds. Why shouldn't we care about the things he cares about? That's fucked up. Watch a kiss from a whale teeth and all will be revealed. It was lost money. It'd be a nice play if she ripped. She could, Nick. It could rip again. Just make sure that you get out on the right side of the trade if it does. Yeah, I know. Yeah, not that simple, Max Greenwell. I'm sure some forensic accounting team will have to go in and pull it all apart, and then we might get a partial report. Any predictions for HD with earnings? I don't know. I'd probably be out before earnings, although they do look kind of good. Like the sector looks good, right, Carl? So they may have very good earnings, in which case it would suck if you were out before. But if IV spiked enough and the price went up, like, and I was gonna make solid profits before earnings, I'd probably just take the profits before earnings. Willow is a great movie. Did you just finish watching it? Did I miss Guybrush Pickle? No. There's a bit. J Fresh told me to hold off on Guybrush, JC. So I think you and J Fresh need to get together and figure out when to draw him. Like, what's the best? You guys tell me when you want me to manipulate the market with Guybrush 3 Pickle, and we'll do it. Kirk, when will you become one of us? You're missing out. Never, Random Dan. I'll never. Buy more than one contract. Yeah, you can do that. You could also straddle earnings. There's a lot of things you could do. If you got a nice fat brokerage account, you could sell some cash secured puts before earnings or covered calls. And then when the IV spikes, you get rid of them. Only buy calls. Bullish. Wife calls me up to watch the kid who just got up from her nap, but we just started talking about what the whale teeth. I'm working, honey. I'm super busy. There's no power in this hour. Not currently. If I am just now initiating a transfer to Fidelity, should I wait or just go? I mean, if you're going to do it, just do it. There's no better time than right now. Because the sooner you do it, the sooner it's over, right? It's just procrastinating. The strange theories we've seen in the past few months make me think a lot of retail will self-sabotage and become ill-equipped to sell their shares for a good profit, so big money can keep more. It's possible. I'm just joking. I'm a good father. Catch you later. He's just gonna go read his children a bedtime story about whale teeth. So I still 190 call for 820. Let's go. Nice. A GameStop? That's a bit far and in excess of the price prediction. But I like the faith smack factor. She's trying to buy hand. Let the masses know Fidelity transfers will be fully complete, cost basis, and dates within 1 week. Okay, so apparently it's like, so what is it? T+4? Talking 5 business days there, Carl? Fuck, it slowed down a lot. That was quick. Bullish, that's the word you're looking for. All right. I wasn't thinking of things like poor risk assessment. Not at all. Pure bullishness. I respect it. What about it? Yeah, they're stacking up the ask because they're getting ready for the price to move. I transferred more last Thursday. They're in my account as of today. Okay, so once they're in your account, they're transferred. The cost basis and everything that comes later, Carl. But so if it was Thursday, so Thursday, Friday, and today's Monday, so it's still T+2. What's happening with the order book? What do you mean? Nothing? Oh, you guys aren't used to it, like having like a normal order book, right? This is just what the algos do when they expect price action. Is they make each of those like little asks, like they increase the value on them. So instead of being like 1, it's 100. It's to keep the price from moving too quickly. It's not gonna work because the bid ask spread's huge, but it's cute. Guys, please don't refer to them as FDs. Just call them 0 DTEs or weeklies. Thank you kindly. If Biden were to say we're going back to Afghanistan, what tickers would see some upside? I don't know, Lockheed, Boeing, all the standard like military industrial complex shit. Raytheon. Probably small arms manufacturers generally don't do as well. But they do okay. Logistics surrounding military deployment is an industry that grows a lot. What does FD stand for? It's not fire department. Wine industry would boom. As it does. It stands for a homophobic slur and then delight. I do not like the use of it. I know it's Wall Street bets lingo, but not on here. Please, guys. Just respect the channel. Financial dill. Yeah, absolutely, pickle milk. I don't want anybody to feel ostracized or excluded. I'm not going to respect the Dans, okay? It's honestly disrespectful to Mo Money and Coors. What is? Is 2 plus 35 tomorrow from T minus 35 days ago. But what happened then? Nobody in cores are jokes and should be treated as such. It's called satire. We respect the growing contingent of Sean's. Maybe. We'll see. Could Spur go back to 7, please? That's what I'd like to see. Just 740 would be fine. Two years ago, I mean, I didn't start doing this 2 years ago, but 6 months ago, if I could have predicted a Dan army on my channel, I don't know if I would have moved forward with this or not. Yeah, today's a big old wedge. That's correct. You guys missed the joke. I feel like it's disrespectful what they're doing to the bananas. Bananas didn't do anything wrong. Would you have committed if you knew Carl would be here? I hate that guy. Yeah, you're fine, Carl. Still not going to make you a mod, but you're an okay dude. I appreciate your commitment to drinking the stock up. Probably not healthy, but it's probably not that bad either. Bottle of wine a day. It's not going to kill you quickly. I can just imagine Mo Money. Streaming live, opening your DD to redo his audience, and then seeing the banana wedge. So that's all I wanted. I like the way you think, Carl. Just burn it to the ground on my way out. 1303 sell wall at 166. That's not really relevant, right? That's like not a... Unless it's like 100k sell wall, I wouldn't really worry about it, guys. Like we had that 15,000 sell wall earlier, and it was just poof, gone. And it wasn't because they pulled it. It just got bought out. Jarl Carl. Jesus. That sounds very runic. Can you mod Carl when Prometheus Johnson happens? Okay, Sean's, knock it off. I see what you're doing. I'm not going to deal with two dissenting factions in the same channel. The last 2/3 of the spy looks fake. Money's fake. Real talk, was the last time you ate at a Wendy's? It's at least been a year. Pretty sure less than 100k volume in the last 2 hours. A little more than that, but not much more. Everyone knows Carl is Deep Rock Galactic ref, right? I didn't. It's 969 watching. Ugh. Ow. Last time I went to Wendy's, they asked me if I want to catch up with that, and I said, you too. Oh, I love it. Ban for Han? You want me to ban you, Han? Alright. Weird request. I'm not banning Han. Stop it, guys. The media is all over it. Like other cars also don't get into car crashes. I think I've mentioned this before, Wetter Kurt, on this stream. Yeah. You started it, Han. Can you make the stream ultra clickbait tomorrow, like Moass guarantee today, and throw in garbage tags like hashtag Clove, and then report to us how the viewership changes? Yeah, why not? I'll think about it. Today's already been, full of shillery. Upset Mo Money and Matt Coors fans coming over here and being like, hey, answer my questions. Like they ever get that without paying on their channels. I saw the life flash before my eyes. Can you see the average age of your viewership? What is it? Can I know? Why do you want to know? I want to know what you're going to do with this data. Data's valuable, Elena. I want to just be selling my viewership's data. That DD was the best DD I've read in weeks. Why are they mad? I don't know. Context for what's going on in the chat? I think what's going on in the chat should tell you the average age of the viewership. Do you charge for minute data from your YouTube creator profile? You can charge for minute data from YouTube. New revenue stream. I'd imagine mid to late 20s. It's a bit broader than that. It is overwhelmingly male. But I guess, when I had the perm, it was more female, interestingly. But then the perm went away. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are like 107. Have you heard of carbon futures before? No? Tell me more. If I buy them, does that get rid of global warming? Why did you get the perm? I made a bad bet. Carbon futures sound like buying puts on Earth. It kind of does. You look so awesome in drag. I'm not getting dressed in drag. Have you heard of whale tooth features? Of course I have. Where the volume at? Not in the stock. I feel like you guys don't take these end of days polls seriously. You just want to click 169.69. Yeah, interesting. Even more interesting. I know somebody who was born on a leap year, Mr. Diggs, and his parents celebrated one birthday for him while he was growing up. They went ape shit. Like, he got everything he ever wanted for his birthday, but he just got one birthday. I think it was his 12th birthday. Right? I always thought his parents were assholes too. Grew up to be a real degenerate. Gen X doesn't care about the old days. Well, sometimes stocks don't do what you want them to do. But, you know, I said if it continues out till Thursday at around $8, I'll consider buying $8 calls. There's always time. You guys are so impatient. Patience. A financial advisor will not buy GME in my Roth and is dragging his feet on the transfer. What the fuck? He has to do what you tell him to. Tell him to do what you tell him. Do what I say and do it now. Otherwise, employ a different financial advisor. I'm not even patient enough to sip wine. I think 345 stonks. He could help boost his podcast. Girded tuna. I bounce through ridiculous tunes and laugh at least twice a day at everyone's stupid comments. This is the best daytime TV for the past month. I'll listen to Moass till Moass work permitting. Thank you, Girded Tuna. I appreciate the donation, Dan, and the sentiment. Glad you're enjoying the show. This is entertainment, everybody. Don't forget that. Maybe Stephanie needs to show the stock where to go. It's probably Eastern Standard Time. I know it's scheduled for 3:30, but the stream still says soon. Okay. Yeah, Washington, D.C. on Eastern Standard Time, so that would make sense. Stefan casts Wingardium Leviosa. Are you dependent on getting your financial advisor on the phone during Moass? I don't have a financial advisor. Rick of Spades is Gary Gensler. Quiet, you're gonna bring the shills back. Should we watch it? Since we're gonna close below VWAP. Everybody always wants everything now. It's all about instant gratification. Why not? What's the worst that can happen? I mean, nothing really, right? Can someone hit me up with a link for it in the Discord? Like the official link, not through a news network. Oh, I got it. But that's the hill. All right. Well, let me just make sure I have this set up. All the dislikes. Well, it's economically relevant, right? Who the fuck dislikes? I don't care if you like him or not. Ask Biden if he knows what boofing is. I don't have 2.7k dislikes. Oh, his stream does? I'm sure. Is this Biden guy at the SEC or DTCC or something? He's the president. No idiot comments, please. I wish the White House stream had super chats. If Biden re-enters Afghanistan, will it delay Moass? No. What's Biden's stance on Elliot Waves? Biden confirmed Rick of Spades. Anything else is fun. You should have read your exit TD. Yeah, they didn't scale out their position, right? They just pulled the plug. No, he's still around. He's been busy with work and stuff, I think, Elena. My sell order for one share at 100K hasn't filled. Weird. She was asking about a different viewer. Maverick. Maybe they're waiting for the market to close before they say anything. That's what I would do. I should be busy with work and stuff. You probably should be. You're about to be a mother. You're a pigeon whale. Life's not getting cheaper, Han. That's cool. The White House is streaming your Ko-Fi link. I know. I'm working 8 to 5 every day in the week. Do you think I might get F to exit the Moass? I mean, just walk away. If your shares are at like 100K apiece, just fucking walk right out the front door. Who gives a shit? So you had a mental breakdown if you want to go back afterwards. My WeBull's frozen? Oh, that's weird. I think it's refreshed now, right? Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I think you might be waiting for the market to close. If he does, I will not be streaming it. You guys can all go watch it on your end. Is having in the money calls on Jimmy during Moass a bad idea because you won't be able to sell them? I mean, at the peak, yeah. You definitely don't want to be carrying options contracts into the peak. Hopefully you've exercised at that point. What if Biden says AMC to the moon? I quit. No Carl for mod. Can a mod post a link to the Biden stream? I can post it. Oh, God, we're going to close right at 163. At least we're up for the day. Can the short hedge funds cover at 5,000 a share? Fuck no. That's the point. Is that once it gets high enough, they can't cover. I already posted it, Matt. Scroll back. Haven't you guys seen that, like, Wall Street Bets fucking Nickelback video where he's like, look at this graph? Can I get a lake to your heart? Original DD and I upvoted it, and then I checked again and it was downvoted. Why? I have no idea. Maybe you clicked the wrong button, or like you like moved the screen as you were clicking it or something. I have no idea. Fuckery, crime, whatever. I don't know. Can you explain what a short hedge fund is? Like, what is the cutoff? I'm 5'9", but I don't want to be a short hedgy. That's all it takes, Spartan. You just have to not want to do it. Love your cover of How You Brine Me. Yeah, I'm sure they're waiting for the markets to close. But the question is, do I buy puts or calls? Ooh, I'm going to straddle the SPY. Lucky SPY. Ooh, IV. There we go. Boom. SPY straddle. Ooh, you know what? I should buy some straddles on Lockheed as well. Why not? Nah, it doesn't look good for one. Yeah, absolutely. What does it mean to straddle the SPY? A straddle is a multi-leg option play. Look up straddles. Essentially, you buy like a put and a call. That's what you do when you don't know which way it's going to go. Oh, I have like no money in the. I have no like available funds in the WeBull account right now. I'm waiting for funds to clear from last week. From the spurt options. Which should be clear, but they're not. They'll clear out by the end of today. Look at that. 164. That's nuts. Why does GMOs always spike at 349? I don't know. No, 164.05. 165.43. I don't know. All right, guys. Thank you so much. You guys have a wonderful night. I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning. For those of you that became members today, make sure that you guys hit me up over on the Discord so I can get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club. And for everyone else, make sure you hit that like button on the way out, and I'll see you bright and early in the morning. Good night, guys.